Okay, I'd like to call the regular Comox Valley Regional District Board meeting of Tuesday, September 20th, 2022 to order. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. And we have an in-camera portion, if someone wants to move that recommendation. Okay, and we'll go in camera following the regular meeting according to section 1A, 91A, C and I of the community charter. Was moved by Julian, seconded by Hamir. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And has become our practice. We educate ourselves and the public on the items that are in the call to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. Today, we are on call to action number 12, which is education. We call upon the federal, provincial, territorial, and Aboriginal governments to develop culturally appropriate early childhood education programs for Aboriginal families. Thank you. And so we move to business arising. We have correction of the ESIC minutes from August 8th. Oh, Director Arbour, go ahead.
Thank you. It was not on this item, but there was a request for late delegation. I don't know when would be the appropriate time to speak on it.
Yes, under delegations, I have it in the notes that we will have to have a vote there. Okay, so sorry, I missed it was Cole, Hamilton, and Grieve. Thank you. That have moved the correction. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And we're on to Electoral Area Service Committee minutes from August 8th. Arbour and Morin, thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? All in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And there's a motion.
Second.
Moved by McCullum, seconded by Arbour. And it's that the 2020
French, really?
2022-2026 financial plan and capital expenditure program for the Union Bay Water Local Service Area, function 308, be amended by increasing water infrastructure capital expenditure by $44,315. Any further discussion? Okay, it's a motion of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. We're on to adoption of minutes. We have adoption of minutes for August 30th first. Grant and Morin, thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And now we have the minutes from September 8th.
Move adoption.
Grant and Arbour. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And so we are on to petitions and delegations. And as Director Arbour brought up, we have a late delegation request, and it requires a 2/3 majority from the vote to accept the late delegation. Does someone want to put forward that motion? Oh, Director Arbour.
Yes, thank you. We have a late delegation from Fanny Bay Holiday Road resident in neighborhood, and it relates to a recommendation that's actually up for decision today. And so I would be in favor of hearing them. They haven't had a chance to speak on the matter at hand.
Second.
Thank you.
Find out what, I don't know what the issue
Oh. Director Arbour, go ahead.
Thank you. So under recommendation 1, if you look at the agenda, there's a development permit for a 51 site campground in the neighborhood. And so the residents would like to have the opportunity to just say a few words on their behalf.
Any further discussion? It's been seconded by Morin. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried by supermajority. So we will add them to the list of delegations. So we currently have 3, so they'll be number 4th on the list of delegations. And so the first on the list is the Island Corridor Foundation. We have Larry Stevens, the executive director, and Charlene Everson, co-chair of the Island Corridor Foundation. Thank you and welcome. And
thank you.
I'm
not sure this is on.
Oh. The podium needs to be.
Testing. Okay, good. Do you have the presentation?
We're bringing it up now.
Perfect. Thank you.
And you have 10 minutes to present, and then we'll have questions. Thank you so
All
much.
right. And thank you. And thank you for having us. I'd like to introduce Charlene Everson. She is the co-chair of the Island Corridor Foundation, and she should be known to most of you. She's a resident here and a member of the Comox Nation. So I'm happy to have Charlene here in support, and of course, Mr. Arbor, who is a director on our board. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here to provide this update. You know, we would like to have been here sooner, but with COVID, you know, we took a step back, I think a necessary step back, because frankly, there was much more important things to deal with. That being said, there's been a lot happen since then, and it's been a bit of a journey, and I'm going to take you through that today. Now I'm going to go relatively quickly. You know, there's been a few critical events. I'm going to talk a bit about the provincial assessment, some of the legal issues that exist, the weather event, the business case, the ICF focus going forward, and then we'll have a closing and some questions. So let's talk a bit about the assessment. And this is today almost old news. In 2019, the province initiated a corridor condition assessment. And it's key to note that was an independent third-party assessment that was done by the province for the province. The ICF only assisted in terms of giving information. So it was really a third party that did the work. That was released in the spring of 2020. And some of you may remember the outcome was that they provided 3 different operating scenarios that ranged in price from 326 million to 728 million. And then just for good measure, they added another 600 million to do a commuter system in the corridor in Langford to Victoria. And we'll talk a bit about that. What's extremely important about this assessment is it really provides a common base that we could all work from. And when they did the assessment, when it came out, we essentially agreed with everything that was in the assessment. You know, there was 3 different service levels, and we'll talk about where we got to on that. But the baseline numbers that they use in that assessment, in our view, are accurate, and they should be used. So we're in agreement with the province. Of course, the second thing, this Nanawas case that was filed in 2015, there was a decision in July of 2020, and the essence of that agreement were that the lands were being held for railway purposes, and therefore their case failed. Then that decision was appealed in September of 2021. The appeal was denied with conditions, which was really kind of odd. The court decided that there was going to be a time frame put forward. What they did is they came out and said, look, this is the primary responsibility of the federal government. And you know, they clearly hung it on Canada to determine if the corridor was in the public interest and if it will fund improvements on the northern region of the corridor. So that's everything from the Nanawa North, and in particular on the lands that the Nanawas held. If it is not in the public interest and it's not going to be funded, the Nanawas can bring the matter back to the courts. It's very likely reversionary rights will be applied by the court, which means that the property that we have going through the Nanawas would go back to them. Also, in the same decision, they noted that there is a provincial responsibility here as well. They did not escape unscathed. The deadline for this decision to be made has been set as March the 15th of 2023. So one way or the other, we're going to have a decision on the future of this corridor, whether we're going to run trains, whether we're going to do something else with it. But, you know, personally, I'm quite happy to see it because I think we need to get a decision. So then there was the weather event that we all remember. For us, that had kind of a special meeting, in particular, the closure of the Malahat. What that did is it really exposed the lack of transportation options on Vancouver Island. It was a very graphic display of the supply chain risks that we have with reliance on a single highway system. And I know you can say, well, I'm in Comox. That doesn't necessarily apply to me. You have one highway in Comox as well. I know you've got some that go on the water, but we are very much dependent upon a single highway system on this island, and there's a huge risk. And you know, it was an eye opener for everyone. Most importantly, I think it was an eye opener for the Ministry of Transportation. You know, they were sent into a panic and really kind of kicked all of this forward because of the weather event. So we provided a business case to the province and to the feds. We released it on May the 16th. And what it does is it really outlines the economic opportunity that exists with rail. and it justifies the investment in rail. It provided to the province and feds. They've been now through it. They've reviewed it. Nobody's come running forward and said, hey, we agree, here's your money. That there are areas that we're never going to agree with the province, in terms of where the cost lies. But basically, as a visioning document, they've accepted it as something that is certainly plausible. We've had a number of meetings with the ministry, with Transport Canada and with Infrastructure Canada to try to move this decision forward. And we'll talk about what's in the business case. It does contain a commuter service from West Hills to Langford to Victoria. It does have intercity commuter services running from Duncan and Nanaimo. It's also got regional passenger services that come all the way to Courtenay. It has freight service, Port Alberni focused, and then it's going to have excursion and event trains. And I know that the tourism folks are here. So there's a big portion of this that's going to be excursion related. What I want to be clear about here is what we're not talking about is the dayliner. Everybody talks about how the thing ran backwards. It didn't have the right schedule. This is not the dayliner. What we're talking about is a rail system here. We're talking multiple trains every day across the system with Duncan origination and termination points as an example. And trains will start in Courtenay. So this is a very busy slide that we have up there, but really what that shows is a number of trains that will operate on a daily basis and the schedules for which they'll operate. And you'll probably note on there that there's at least 3 trains a day coming from Courtenay going to Victoria. You will be able to get on a train in the morning in Courtenay. You can go to Victoria, spend the day, and still get home that night. So it's a much redesigned system, and it's a much more of a system as opposed to one train that goes backwards every day. Total capital investment, $381 million for infrastructure. That includes contingencies. This is one of the areas that we get into an argument with the province over. They wanted to see a 97% contingency. We said, no, I don't think that's going to work. So we've included a 30% contingency. There's $50 million in there for equipment. And frankly, the costs are reasonable. When you compare it to other projects out there, mainland projects are costing $340 million for 1 kilometer. Just one. We're talking about an island project here that's 1.3 million for 1 kilometer. So we're 300 times less expensive here. I know a number of you probably saw the premier when he made his comment on it's profoundly expensive. I'm still trying to understand that because when you compare it to what's happening on the mainland, it's not profoundly expensive. Economic viability, a fully operational system, combined passenger freight with conservative estimates, we think it can be profitable in the first year. Which is really kind of interesting for this type of traffic. With a modest passenger modal shift, taking people out of cars, putting them in trains. The freight, we're talking about half the historical levels to support this business case, but we think there's a whole lot more. Huge opportunity for substantial growth here. Every 1% in modal shift is $1 million in profit, and the freight side of it is $5 million in profit. So it's pretty massive. So let's talk about First Nations. Recognition and consultation. The business case outlines the history behind the land issues. And that primarily has to do with the E&N land grant. We're going back to when the original land grant was given by the federal government to Dunsmuir. The business case recognizes that there's a need to prioritize reconciliation, and it's the responsibility of government. So when you look at that business case, we don't get into a discussion of how much it's worth. What we get into a discussion with is that, look, this has got to be dealt with. This is the single most important issue that we have in front of us today with this railway, is recognition that the issue is there, that we're engaging with the nations, and that we're finding a way through that. So you'll see on their open engagement and consultation, I'm very happy to say that process is underway. It's an official engagement with the province and the ICF banding together to speak to all of the First Nations that are impacted by this railway. So that work is happening today. And part of that process is to identify opportunities and benefits, but it's also to talk about the challenges and some of the issues, because some of the nations have some pretty severe issues with the railway operating through their property that we're going to have to deal with. We have cases out there where the railway is operating literally within 15 or 20 feet of people's homes. So that has to be dealt with. And of course, the last part is how do you capture the value? When this is all done, this is going to be an asset worth somewhere close to $1 billion. Our approach with the nations has been everything is on the table. I mean, I would love to see a First Nations owned and operated rail system here. There's no reason why they can't own and operate the system. Our rail partner today is waiting to get into a partnership agreement with First Nations to start that process over maybe a 5-year process. You start training, you start transitioning, so it ends up becoming a First Nations owned and operated railroad to bring that value back to the nations. So the ICF focus going forward, the ICF passed a resolution to engage in a community engagement process to solicit the views of directly affected First Nations or local government, considering their views as to the appropriate use of the corridor and the lands through their area of interest. That process is happening today. The provincial government is having open official engagement with us, with First Nations. They're also engaging with regional districts. They've talked to the CVRD, and they're also engaging with the public and municipalities. So this process is continuing today, and you're probably going to hear more about that in the coming weeks. Flowing from that, our board had to talk about the fact that, we might not be funded. This might not happen in time for March 15th. So, it's appropriate for us to start looking at things like non-rail uses for the corridor, because that's an eventuality that we may see happen. It may come. So there's things like, developing a strategy for the removal of the rail lines. Just as an example, a piece of that's going to be remediation. It's going to be work that's going to have to be done. So we're now out talking to environmental firms about what that means and what that cost is and how that works. But overall, we'll go back to the original resolution. The focus today is to find a way to put rail on, to engage with people. And then these things will naturally flow from that depending on the outcome. So we haven't just left it as rail. Certainly that's our focus, but we also recognize that might not be the end game here. So in closing, there's a tremendous amount of work here and it's underway. And I'm very happy to report that it's moving quickly. The First Nation engagement piece is out. We're right now booking all of the appointments with all of the First Nations that are involved, of which there's 14. The regional district municipality engagement is happening. And then there's a number of technical reviews that are also happening in the background. So the government is out there right now doing a technical review as an example on the freight side of it. They have a consulting group that's out talking to every potential freight customer on the island. So they're bringing all that information together. And, that's necessary work. It's work that has to be done. It's almost a due diligence piece. I'm happy to say everyone's at the table. We've got active communication going between the province, the feds, and ourselves. We're meeting on a fairly regular basis. We've had joint meetings with both the province and the feds, so it's starting to happen. That last bullet you see is establishing a working group. So there's a lot of technical development work that would have to go into the actual starting of the railway. That's a secondary piece following the engagement work that has to be done first. So you get through the engagements, you understand what you're talking about, understand what it looks like going forward, and then this group is the group that comes in and says, okay, these are the things we're going to need to make it happen. So the clock is ticking. There is a tremendous amount at stake here. There's going to be a decision, and we are in a position today where we do have the risk of losing that corridor, which, if you look at the corridor today, it's easy to say, well, maybe I should just, let it happen. And it may happen, but I guess I would suggest to you that this has to be a much longer view. Like you need to take a 50-year lens to this, because although it can be difficult to see that, we're getting there. When you look at the south end, I know it's not you, but the government itself is forecasting that it's going to take 2 hours and 24 minutes to get from Mill Bay to Victoria. That's coming to you in the future. So we really need to take note of this and treat it the way it needs to be treated. I'm happy to say that it's happening, right? We need your support. We need the support of your district, your politicians, both at the provincial level, at the federal level. You may have heard that last week at UBCM, they passed a resolution in support of the corridor. It was passed unanimously, and there's been a number of attempts to do that at UBCM. This was the first time it was successful. And it's the recognition of protecting this corridor for the long term. We've got a number of letters of support, the Cowichan Valley, the CRD, the ACRD, and we would like to ask this board to also give consideration to providing a letter of support as we move forward and towards that March 15th deadline. So thank you for the opportunity to provide the update. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I do see some lights coming on, so some questions from the board, starting with Director Grant.
Yeah, thank you. So Larry, this is probably quite hypothetical, but with the old train, I took it a few times and it was quite a journey to get to Victoria. It was like a 5 or 6 hour journey. And you were saying that you could get on a train in the morning and take the night one back, but if it takes 6 or 7 hours, you're just going to get off and get on the other one coming back. So how long would it take, say, from Courtney? Because I think that's a crucial piece if you're going to get people out of cars.
I think if you look at that schedule a little closer, and honestly, I haven't looked at it that closely, and it's, we've been at this for a while now. I think it's about 3 hours and 45 minutes. So it's not bad. I mean, one of the misconceptions about railways is that they have to go fast to be effective, and they don't. What they need to do is they need to move consistently. You're not stopping for lights, you're not stopping for traffic, you just keep moving, and that's why they're successful. But your point is well taken.
Thank you. Director McCollum.
Yeah, thanks. So my question was along the same lines. At a 4-hour trip, what speed is the train? Would the train be traveling?
Well, the train is going to travel at a number of different speeds. And it's going to make a number of different stops. I mean, the track repairs that we're talking about, putting in place to make this happen, will take it to a class of track that could actually go up to about 50 miles per hour. When you come out of Courtney, heading south, there's a good chance you're going to see it moving at probably 40 or 50 miles per hour. When you start getting closer to areas like Nanaimo and south, it's going to slow down. But I think one of the interesting things is if you look at the average commuter train speed in North America, it's only about 19 miles an hour. Again, it's that continuous being able to continue to move.
So would it travel at an average of 19 kilometers an hour, or like what would be the average? I guess I could maybe plug in the math into my calculator. My other question is on one of your earlier slides, you listed some of the required upgrades, and there's nothing mentioned around level, like the crossings that are, in the communities that have now kind of adapted to not having a rail line moving through neighborhoods and things that have, we've seen a ton of development on the island, specifically Nanaimo and Courtney, since the train stopped running. And it's not clear to me whether or not it would be up to the rail operator or municipalities to then upgrade these crossings that haven't been used for, over a decade. So just wondering if you could answer that.
Well, the good news is that all of the crossings on the island are up to standard. They meet regulatory approval because the municipalities have been paying for this for years, right? It's been one of the things a lot of people have found is a bit of a salt in the wound, particularly when you get down into the CRD where you've got multiple crossings. They're saying, well, we're paying for these crossings and there's no train. Fortunately, the decisions were made a long time ago to continue to pay for those things. So they are up to standard today. Now, in places where they're going to have to be upgraded or potentially have to be upgraded, that's part of the business case. That's in the costing assumptions already. So you're not going to be looking at a bill for $10 million for crossings in your area.
Okay, so just to summarize, then there is no added responsibility for municipalities to upgrade any crossings if we get a train that moves at that speed?
No,
okay.
There will be nothing. It's already, like I said, it's already been kept up to within the regulations.
Okay, thanks.
Next, we have Director Morin. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. With this being a joint presentation, and we do have Charlene here from Comox First Nation, I was hoping to be able to hear a little bit from the perspective of Charlene and Comox First Nation. If you'd like to weigh in, thank you.
Larry asked if I wanted to speak. I was like, no.
I just didn't want you standing there, and I'm sure we'd like to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah. We sit on the board for the ICF, and I think I can say with confidence that Comox supports rail coming back into place. My own personal view is that if we're left to revisionary and bringing the land back, I think that process is going to be way longer than it would be to actually put rail in place and have our nation be able to benefit from that being in place. So that's what I push for with my nation, and we're entering the engagement and consultation, and it's going along really well, and hopefully we'll hopefully we'll be able to show other nations that my personal opinion is that our best bet is with rail running and benefiting through that.
Mhm. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Charlene.
Oh, you get to stay.
Next we have Director Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sharon. Thanks, Larry and Charlene. I was just wondering about the enormous differential in repair in cost per kilometer between the mainland and here. It's they're doing something super wrong, and we're doing something super right. But it sort of 340 million per kilometer versus 1.4 seems like an enormous difference. And my understanding is it's fairly considerable work that needs to be done on some of the bridges and some of the track north of Nanaimo between here and there.
Yeah, and thank you for that question. It does deserve some clarity, and it's one that, you know, I think everybody should understand. I mean, I know people go out, they look at the track and they go, oh man, that looks really bad. I can tell you when the assessment team came here to look at the track, the guy that did the assessment was a 40-year veteran of CP Rail. He's done consulting work all over the world, and he and I went out for a walk on the tracks, and the first thing he said to me is, why are you not running trains? There's no reason why you shouldn't be running trains on this track today. So, you know, if you look at the tracks and make the judgment view that, gee, those ties look bad, so it all has to be bad. It's not. It's really not. Now you say, why the cost differential? There's a really good reason for that. If you look at what they're doing on the mainland, they have to secure property, they have to move utilities, they have to move houses, they have to move businesses, they have to do all of those things. So for them, it's a massive cost. You know, just imagine buying prime real estate in Vancouver. You know, we have the luxury here of having a corridor that, you know, many people would cut their arms off though. I mean, having that corridor is an amazing benefit. And because we don't have to pay for any of that. We're not moving utilities. We're not doing any of those things. So your question about the bridges were all inspected as part of the assessment. So the costs to bring the bridges to standard is already built into that assessment. So I hope that helps answer the question. This is really, you know, in the railroad world, what we're talking about here is not a design build system. It's purely maintenance. Like, the interesting thing about this is if you went to CN or CP, what they would do is they would send out a track gang and a train master, and they would go out there and they'd figure out what they need to do, and they drop some new ballast and some new rail and new ties, and they would continue on. That's one of the primary issues of differentiation we have with the province right now, because they're saying, well, it's going to need, you know, $40 or $50 million in engineering. I mean, we're saying, why? You have an existing right of way. So if I may, just for comparison purposes, there's another line in Gaspé that they're actually doing this work today. And that was the thing they had to overcome. And they finally convinced the government, this is a maintenance issue. And when you look at the railroad that they're repairing versus the one that we want to repair, it's scary how close they are in, you know, they're the same amount of mileage, they have the same amount of bridges, they have the same amount of tire replacement, and the cost of their project is $300 million. So, you know, those numbers are good numbers.
Okay, may I ask one quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Thanks. It sounds like there is perhaps though some difference of opinion between ICF and the province as to the cost required to bring it up. And I assume that the numbers you cited, those are what will be required to allow the speeds that were set out in that timetable. Like 340 million would be sufficient to allow trains to move as quickly as your timetable indicated. And what does the province believe it would be the cost to do that?
Well, the only real issue that we have with the province is on the contingency side. And, you know, again, as I said, they wanted a 97% contingency, and we just went, that's just crazy. Like, that's craziness. You know, they literally want to double the cost of the project for contingencies, and they're doing it on the basis that, you know, there's all the engineering work that has to be done. They literally want $24 million to have somebody watch over the project, right? So, you know, but it's not a huge bone of contention. I mean, they recognize it for what it is. I mean, it's their numbers. So hard to argue that, right? When they did the assessment, they built in $30 million for First Nations accommodation. And our response to that was, that's an issue between you and them. It's an accommodation issue that you have to have that discussion with First Nations. And it's not part of this business case because it goes back 135 years. So those are the kind of conversations we're having. And, I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're each other's, throats over the cost. Literally, I'll be quite honest with you, the discussion of cost isn't really a discussion. The province has kind of shrugged their shoulders and said, yeah, it's going to cost some money. Is it 430 million? Is it 450 million? I don't think anybody's prepared for the argument. What they are prepared for is let's have the engagements, let's understand what people want, and let's work towards that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Next, we have Director Hamir. Oh, where do we?
Sure.
Very cool.
And thanks to Larry and Charlene too for the presentation. As you can imagine, we've had a number of our residents approach us around bicycle trails along the corridor. And if not on the bed, parallel to the bed, because I hear what Charlene's saying is that Comox is committed to rail. So could you describe the possibility of bike and rail along the corridor?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. I mean, we are absolutely committed to having trails alongside the corridor. And in fact, we have them in a number of places on the island. I mean, we've got over 100 kilometers of trail today. We've worked with the CVRD to develop trails. We've worked with the city of Courtenay, and it's part of active transportation. And we certainly want to see that, and we want to help wherever we can. And I think the district would probably, your staff would probably tell you that we've worked with them to do this stuff, and we do it all the time. Through the CRD, through the CVRD. Absolutely supportive of active transportation alongside the tracks.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. And in relation, and first of all, great presentation, Larry. Thank you for coming to join us today. Yeah, and to Dr. Amir's comment, it is in our active transportation strategy in the long term to try to have trail, but obviously I think there's a lot of crossings that we're facing. Even we have a great trail alongside in Courtenay, all the way to behind Walmart, but then you hit Millard Creek, so the cost goes up right away, right at that crossing. If we're going to get through there, we'd have to trail alongside, and then it gets complicated further down. But you could probably get to Royston. So I think that's why we have it in our long-term active transportation plan. And it's true that the ICF has done a good job with other regional districts to place trails alongside the corridor. I think we're 100 kilometers or something like that is trailed. It's very complicated, and I think for our board, the story will continue into the next term. Obviously, we're at the mercy of the province and federal government on this in terms of whether they're willing to invest. We have not approached. Sorry, when I say we, now I'm speaking as an ICF, your ICF member. We have not approached Chinese companies to be operating partners and reinvest in the corridor. We're focused on the province of British Columbia and Canada because we believe it's a public asset. But again, as Larry explained, there are some legal complications and difficult decision points coming down. So on that basis, I think the best recommendation for today would be to receive the report, but to propose to our staff going into the next term that ICF be included in orientation and strategic planning for the entire CVRD board, and perhaps even prior to appointment of a delegate to the organization. I've been on the board of ICF for 3 years. It's an amazing journey between First Nations, and Charlene is here, between First Nations and regional districts. We have all the regional districts along the east side of Vancouver Island from here south, and so many First Nations that have poured the last 10, 15 years trying to find a pathway for this. And to the province and federal government, my message would be is you cannot get a better project that is reconciliation in action. And we absolutely need their support to find a way that will feel good to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, I saw our CAO writing down your onboarding suggestions, so I don't think we need a motion. I think he got that. Director Grief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, any forward-looking person would realize that, we're in a very strange state right now. When rail was, 1886 was it established? Mm-hmm. So, And so if we look into 2086, it seems to me absolutely essential that a continuous corridor running that kind of a length would be absolutely impossible to build. And you mentioned would be $1 billion asset.
Mhm.
Well, would it? But would it be vastly more than that? Because of the very fact that this could never happen again.
That's a good question. I guess what I would do is I would look at that and say, in the absence of having the corridor, it's vastly more. Because if you had to go out and build this corridor, you're going to be looking at the numbers that we were talking about in Vancouver, right? If you had to go out and, obtain the land and move utilities and do all of those things. If you build it today, based on what you have, you're going to end up with about $1 billion in asset value, because today the corridor is valued at about 320 million. You start putting on new rail, you start making it operational again. Now you're at $1 billion really quickly. So your point is well taken. You're absolutely correct. If you don't have it, it's getting it back is never going to happen in my view.
Okay, we have some new questions because we do have 3 other delegations. So
I'm so sorry.
Director McCollum.
I'll be really brief. So it's my recollection that what initially happened when we stopped having passenger service in Courtney is that we lost the operator. It wasn't a matter of what was happening with the rail bed itself. And our conversation and thought and problem solving right now is about upgrading the rail bed to get it back to functional. But we haven't really spoken much about the challenges of obtaining an operator. I'm just wondering if you want to take a second.
Sure.
To address that.
Yeah. So if, to your point, we didn't really lose the operator. So back when the railroad was running, it was being operated by VIA, and they were contracted to SVI to provide the crews. So it was a VIA product, which in and of itself was a bit of a problem because, you had people a long ways away from Vancouver Island trying to sell tickets to people to, places that they don't know. The reason that the service was discontinued was because of the state of the railway. There was starting to be a lot of questions relative to whether or not it was safe to operate. There was going to have to be money put into the track. And at that time, had they probably put the money in, we wouldn't be where we are today. So the service was discontinued for safety reasons. Nobody had the appetite to try to continue to operate it. In the future, who is that operator? I've already told the government I don't have a real interest in having VIA return to the island. I have an interest in their money returning to the island because they have a duty to do that in Canada as a passenger operator. But we will take responsibility for operation. When I say we, I'm not talking about the ICF. It'll be a third-party operator that does this kind of work, that will come in and actually operate the rail system. The ICF is never going to be the railroad operator.
And sorry to cut in, but what would that be comparable to, like in terms of other systems in Canada? If you could just give an example.
Well, what I said earlier, there's still a lot of work that's going to have to be done. And part of that is technical teams that are going to have to come in. The actual governance of this, once it's operation, is still a big question in everybody's mind. As I said, it could be a fully First Nations owned and operated railway where they would actually operate the cars. It could be the BC government may come in and insist that, look, if these investments are going in, we're going to place this under the purview of BC Transit, because, by the way, they do have the ability to operate the system. Those types of governance questions still have to come forward. And I don't know what the outcome of that is going to be. I know what my personal preference is, and that would be to see the First Nations operate it.
Okay, thanks.
Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to acknowledge that I actually live next to the ICF lands in Courtney, and the collaboration between the city and ICF on turning that area into park access to our McPhee Meadows project, along with the work we do with you on the security issues we have along the tracks. I just want to thank you for that. And if we can get some resolution on whether the funding is coming through, it's going to enable us to do something with the train station, which is sorely neglected. It's either going to be preserved as some sort of historical artifact, turned into a functioning train station, or repurposed. But I think we really need to move on that. And that would be one of the benefits if we can get this whole issue resolved, along with many others. So thanks.
Well, you're very welcome. And, you know, to your point, I mean, the ICF has long held the belief that we are part of these communities. One way or the other, we are part of these communities and we have to support them. And, you know, you talk about McPhee Meadows and the work that's going on and, you know, those discussions. The security issue is a live one. And it's an issue that comes to us primarily because we don't have an operation out there. You know, if the operation goes in, the security improves. On the issue of the station, you know, I don't want to leave you with the impression that that's going to be part and parcel of what's going to happen through the return of rail service. Because in fact, the proposal we put forward doesn't have stations. What it has is more like what you see in Vancouver with, you know, the SkyTrain, you know, more like big transit facilities where somebody comes in, they buy a ticket out of a machine and they go on. They're not trying to get on the phone. So the stations themselves aren't necessarily going to be used right now. They could. In the case of Courtenay, it's been a bit of we've been a couple of years now to try to get somebody in. And, you know, we've been working with Comox and First Nation to try and find a tenant. And I'm actually going to be talking with the city of Courtenay very shortly about rezoning. So we're starting that, but it's coming down the road, but you're bang on. It has to be taken care of.
Okay, well, we really appreciate your presentation today and answering our many, many questions. Before you go, Charlene, we had a press release today regarding the beautiful artwork up on our windows by Jesse Everson and the beautiful shadows that they're now making on our walls. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Thank you.
So, okay, we didn't get a motion to receive. Grieve and Arbor, and all in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So we're on to delegation number 2, the Immigrant Welcome Center. We have Jim Brennan, the executive director, and Julie Kembedjian from Welcoming Communities Coalition. Sorry for butchering your name. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Jim had to step out, unfortunately, so I'm going to do the whole presentation and we'll see if I can answer all the questions at the end.
We're just bringing up the slides.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Welcoming Communities Coalition services the Campbell River and the Comox Valley area, and we work together for a diverse and inclusive and welcoming community. Thank you for having me here today to give you an update of what we're working on in the Comox Valley. Thank you. The WCC mandate is a local immigration partnership, or we refer to ourselves as a LIP. It's a community-based partnership that provides a collaborative framework to support community-level research and strategic planning. We collaborate with key people and organizations, including local residents, community groups, businesses, government agencies, and many more to create a welcoming community. We launched in June of 2016, and there is a LIP in Campbell River and the Comox Valley, and there's dozens more across the country. As the Immigrant Welcome Center is our host agency, they see more new people in the community than anyone else. And we work closely with North Island College and the school district to ensure continuity with MOUs. The Comox Valley Steering Committee has members from School District 72, North Island College, and the business community, just to name a few. The Immigrant Advisory Table is a selected group of local immigrants, residents who provide valuable feedback and play a formative role in our strategic planning. I will mention that Councillor Arzina Hamera is part of our Immigrant Advisory Table and has provided us with a valuable insight into the gaps for newcomers. My first ask of this council would be for the Comox Valley Regional District to become a member of the Welcoming Communities Coalition. There is no cost to be a member, and members can be anyone who is committed to growing diversity and equal opportunities in the Comox Valley. Currently, the City of Courtenay is a member of the coalition. So the needs of what we're trying to achieve. The first one that was identified by our steering committee is to overcome language barriers to gain meaningful employment. Second one is to promote cultural diversity and sensitivity. Third, help newcomers feel less isolated and more connected to the community, as found in our needs assessment report. And purposeful community engagement to inform decision-making and strengthen awareness of the coalition and the Immigrant Welcome Center. Each year, our steering committees in both communities set out the 4 objectives. So this year in the Comox Valley, some of the potential solutions that we started working on were a story walk. And we did this with the Comox Valley Lifelong Learning Newcomer Entrepreneur Series. You would have seen it in the Comox Valley Record in March of this year. And the aim was to dispel the myths while sharing experiences of business owners who settled in the valley. We're running the same campaign in the Campbell River Mirror in October. We've also worked to engage NIC nursing students, the Division of Family Practice in both communities, and Island Health and dialogues around language barriers to accessing healthcare. The next one coming up would be the BC Multiculturalism Week. It's an annual week-long celebration of contributions to our multicultural communities and an appreciation of ways in which diverse and enriches our province. This year, we're asking organizations and groups through the Comox Valley to show us how their genuine welcome to newcomers through a series of multicultural events from November 18th to 27th. We are working currently with all the BIAs, the BA in the Cumberland, and Tourism Vancouver Island. So as I said before, if you'd like to join the Welcoming Communities Coalition, I have membership letters, or you can contact me after. You can be an independent if you want to just join, or an organization, or as the regional district. I'm going to go through these slides quite quickly because this is Jim's presentation, not mine. So as I said before, the Immigrant Welcome Center is our host agency. They've been in Courtenay since 2011, and they provide holistic case management for newcomers to the Valley. They are a society and a charity and have constitution and bylaws to follow. And that's where he is at a board meeting. So on a federal level, from this slide, you can see what we're facing in the next couple of years as Canada, our immigration policies. In 2022, they're predicting 411,000 new permanent residents. And 2023, another 421,000. This doesn't include our Ukrainian displaced people or any refugees that are happening at the moment. Constitutional purposes. So our organization has 2 constitutional purposes. The first one, 80% of our business is program designed to reduce poverty by assisting in productive and healthy adaptation to Canadian life. And then 20% of our business is to provide programs and workshops, and that's where the Welcoming Communities Coalition comes in. Our 5 strategic plans, you can see there, the operational directives. So settlement for 2021-22, there was a total of 874 clients. And this is based on our contract, which is for the whole North Island. So this will include Campbell River numbers. And you can see our top 10 countries with Philippines, Vietnam, and China as our top. And what will be interesting to see are the top 10 after this contract year, because as of today, we've seen 97 displaced Ukrainian refugees. The Immigrant Welcome Center also has a membership based on their constitutional purpose. So membership is $10 and it goes a way to help fund some of our local programs. Again, if you want to be a partner, there is our contact information for Jim in our Campbell River office. And I can take any questions.
Great, thank you, Julie. You have some questions, starting with Director Killian.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Julie. Thanks for going solo after Jim abandoned you there. So you and I have been working together on the Ukrainian Support Committee, and also you've got a history of the Chamber of Commerce in the Valley. So you know that our community and you know its challenges and its strengths. The sense that I have from the information that's been shared is that our immigrant support services are pretty overwhelmed, both by the workload that existed before and by the increased pressure of helping to settle people fleeing the war in the Ukraine. But it appeared that there might be some help on the way coming. Do you know if the funding for new support staff at your centers has come through, and if it's expected to make a significant difference to the work that you're doing in our communities?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Helen. The good news is, yes, we did receive the federal funding. We're expanding our link classes to 90 seats, where before we were, last semester, we were probably at about 20, 22. So we've been very fortunate to be able to do that. We're also moving our classroom to a bigger site, and there'll be offerings of nighttime classes. So the federal funding has finally come through.
Yeah, that's good to know. And I'm an immigrant myself. My family immigrated to Canada when I was 5. And of course, we're all a nation of immigrants. Even the Indigenous original people here probably immigrated at some point in the distant past. But we still find that there is misunderstanding and in some cases outright hostility towards immigrants, when the reality right now is that we probably need those immigrant numbers more than ever, given the crucial shortages in so many areas of our workforce. And I wonder if you could just comment on the level of skill and capacity that you see in the people who are coming and their readiness to jump right into the workforce and help us out in so many crucial areas.
So two things going on in our valley right now is we have the Ukrainian displaced people that are coming, and they're highly educated, and they're of a demographic that wants to work right away. They have families, and they're not sure of their future. So I would say those people are very highly educated and motivated. We still have credentials as a barrier, provincially and federally. And we're working through some of that, but it's going to take a lot more federal support to be able to do that. Overall, language is still our biggest barrier to employment. We need employers to be flexible, to hire somebody and allow them to come to English classes, maybe during their work hours. And then we just need some empathy, right? Some people to say, you know, maybe your language isn't great, but I'm going to take a chance and see where we can go from here.
Thanks very much, and thanks for the work you're doing.
Thanks.
Director Moran.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much, Julie, for for taking one for the team there and going it alone. Yeah, a couple things. So just going to the credentials, just because you brought that up, I know Director Hilly and I both sit on the physician recruitment committee, and that comes up all the time around the number of physicians we have here that are fully ready to go, but can't get those credentials sorted out to be able to practice. I know had an acquaintance who waited for 12 years. He was from Italy, and he waited 12 years to be able to practice here. So that's definitely an issue that I hope that we can see some movement on. And it's not just obviously credentials for physicians, but for many other professions and trades. I find it interesting during election time. I remember this 4 years ago, the number of folks I met on the doorstep who were actually really interested in the political situation here. And, you know, we know that permanent residents are not allowed to vote. And I know one of our councillor colleagues in Victoria, Shamarki Dubrow, had championed that issue and took it to UBCM, the Union of BC Municipalities, around, and I believe it was passed unanimously with the members there to allow folks who are permanent residents to vote. Because what I see is people who come and have some folks have never been involved in the political process before. There's been barriers where they've been, and they're eager to get involved and often know more than others. So that's another area that I think I'm hoping that we can see some work on. But relevant to that, do you ever have any, when you're not run off your feet, any orientation sessions for folks around the political system here and kind of a politics 101? There are folks that are new citizens that are able to vote. Is there anything that happens maybe around election time or, every so often in that regard?
Yes and no. Settlement does do orientations, which we do a needs assessment as people come in and figure out what it is that they need. The first is their basic needs, their housing, their food, their work. And then once we work up to some of those other things, with the settlement practitioners will work one-on-one with them. We do bigger workshops on tax season time, how to fill in taxes. Then we actually work with an accounting firm, and they help our clients for free. But we haven't yet, but that would be something to maybe explore, see if it's needed. It's only needed every 4 years, so.
For local elections, and then more often for others. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Next, we have Director Hamir.
Thanks, Julie, and great presentation. And, the work that Immigrant Welcome Center does, I think, is just so valuable in our community. So I really give kudos to all of you, your staff, for providing those settlement services for new immigrants. As you mentioned, they're needed so much now with the labor shortages that we're seeing. And I'm wondering, you mentioned that we just need employers to have more empathy and to just understand better. I'm wondering what kind of work, or do you have the capacity to work with sectors like the restaurant, retail sector, or the tourism sector to just inform them of how many people are available to work, and the language, how to overcome the language issues? Is that available at all to reach out to the business community?
Absolutely, yeah. We work with many organizations like the Comox Valley Chamber, Tourism Vancouver Island, the BIAs, and then we do work with local business directly, one-on-one, to help them. And we also have a contract with Work BC, so we are directly connected to to the employment agency. So yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah, no, I just noticed, there's a couple of restaurants that have had to either drop days of service or shut down entirely because they can't find staff. And, I hear maybe the immigrants coming from the Ukraine may be a much more higher level of education, but potentially as a bridge position for them. I mean, something to look at. And, I don't, I do see a light blinking, but if the will of the board is so, I know we normally don't accept, we don't do any kinds of motions after delegations, but to join the Welcoming Communities Coalition, I think is a pretty easy ask for us. So I'd ask them after we finish our presentation and receive that I'll put forward that motion now instead of under new business, because I know we have a really long agenda today. So thanks.
Thank you.
Director Grant.
Thanks. Can I come to the how do you fill out taxes seminar? 'Cause that's a problem for everybody. No, I'm just wondering, how big of an issue is housing with immigrants? We have a housing issue everywhere, pretty much in Canada, and yet lots of immigrants coming in. So I'm just wondering if there's any thoughts put into where to house people as they come.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, we have a housing crisis for anybody. So of course, the newcomers are facing the same issues. A lot of the people who are sponsored, they will already have a house when they get here. The sponsor is responsible to find them housing. And, they're just resourceful people, just like everybody else, word of mouth. Our settlement practitioners keep up to date on what's available. I sit on many housing initiatives to try and make sure that the newcomer lens is put to those boards and committees. So it's an issue everywhere. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Sounds like a conundrum. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see any further lights. So thanks again for the presentation.
Thank you.
All in favor of receipt? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And just to Director Hamier's request, because there's a possibility that it will be a new board who would be appointed, I think we should probably wait to entertain the request until the next board meeting.
Leave it then. All right.
Okay, thank you. So we are on to the next delegation, which is 4VI, formerly Tourism Vancouver Island. Anthony Everett and Brian Kent, welcome. Oh, that's not Anthony.
No, Anthony got a glow up to Callum tonight. He was unable to join. So we've got the A team here instead. But he does send his regrets. So I'm Brian. Yes, thank you. One of us is the right name.
Okay.
Thanks for your time. I want to acknowledge I'm visiting from Victoria here tonight on the traditional territory of the Comox Nation. So just really appreciate your time. And we're here to talk about 4VI, formerly Tourism Vancouver Island, and be able to answer your questions about this transition that began in April. So our role has evolved as a tourism region and a provider of tourism services, of which we do also for this region. We have evolved from really promotion marketing to destination management, which is a fairly common term now, rather than just market and get as many people as possible. It's now how do we manage the destination from a development point of view. Our organization in April moved to one of social responsibility and formed as a social enterprise. We still do deliver on our services and our contracts. We still are doing management and marketing, but our focus has shifted to one of social impact. And that's why we're here tonight, to give you an update on all of that. So social enterprises are fairly well known in Europe and fairly well not known in North America. A social enterprise is really driven from a purpose of providing social impact back. So revenues that we will generate as an organization, whether they be from the private sector or from the public sector, will be reinvested into social impact efforts around our region. This is all based on the belief that a great place to live should be a great place to visit, but not necessarily a great place to visit being a great place to live. And so we've acknowledged that in some cases, in some areas, things are a bit out of balance. So basing 4VI on pillars of social responsibility, you can see that the focus is on communities, followed by the environment, businesses, and culture. And those 4 pillars of social responsibility help guide our efforts towards social impact. One of the areas in which we're focused is the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 14. 14, we'll just say it's 14, it might be 12. Now I'm second guessing myself as a live presenter, but life underwater. We're on an island, the region's surrounded by the ocean, and it's clearly very important that we maintain and improve the environment and the ecosystem. So our mission, as we announced in April, is that we're in business to ensure that travel is a force for good for Vancouver Island forever. We have a vision to be Vancouver Island's respected tourism advisors, known for investing profits into powering stewardship of our destination and our home. And there's a long pledge that I won't read, mainly because I can't quite see that far, but it's also pretty wordy, and we only have 10 minutes, but it is in the package presentation today. But to summarize, we're gathering the mission and the vision to, I see the zooming in and I appreciate it very much. It's not going unnoticed. Now I can almost read it, but we're focused on a social mission and social impact, and being the respected providers that we are. Tourism Vancouver Island existed as an entity for more than 6 decades before this change. So this isn't a fly-by-night operation coming up. We are we're continuing to fulfill our responsibility to the industry. And you can see that within British Columbia, there's a really deep ecosystem of tourism product provision, from government to regional secretariats to ourselves, and to Destination British Columbia, the Crown Corporation. Within that are tourism businesses, stakeholders, First Nations, employees, new immigrants, and everyone that you could imagine as part of this vast industry in our province. Through that work to fulfill the duty that we have is work through the Targeted Regional Tourism Development Fund, which Callum always says TRTD, and I never remember the acronym, so it's spelled out clearly for me to remember. But then also industry development, destination development, accountability, emergency management services, and many other things. But we didn't get here overnight. And Callum, the better version of Anthony, I would say, he's not here to hear that, and he's overseas, so probably isn't listening live in the middle of the night. But Callum's going to take you through the rest of the presentation. I was also thankful that he didn't leave halfway through, because I would have had to do this by myself. And he's also my ride, but I will pass it over to him, and then we're happy to answer your questions. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Brian. So we wanted to include, a little bit more information about our kind of journey as an organization and how we got to where we are. And we dug really deep into the archives, and so there's a couple quick, old marketing pieces we wanted to showcase. This first one about kind of following the birds, and at the very bottom of it, you can't see it. It actually says Victoria Island. So our organization back in the 60s might be partially responsible for that. But a really old print piece that we developed many years before my time, and even before Brian's time. Another piece here that really resonates with me: the Silver Sands, a spectacular long beach on Vancouver Island's west coast, offer miles of beautiful uncrowded beaches for clam digging. Long Beach didn't look like that when I was there over the course of this summer. And for me, that really just, demonstrates the change that we've all felt as residents across Vancouver Island. We love tourism. We're, so excited to be in this industry, but we're also not afraid to be, protective of the island that we call home, and the communities and culture and, natural environment that is so key, as is our business community. So it's about kind of, trying to drive to a better place of balance as an industry. And this is a quick one from what I think are probably our glory days in the 2010s of print marketing, when we as an organization were able to build really strong co-op campaigns, help communities and businesses reach global audiences, but also recognizing that the days of print marketing are not like they used to be. And that is certainly not our leadership role as an organization anymore. So, another slide with some small writing, so apologies there. But just trying to capture our story as in a timeline perspective. So, we were incorporated in the 1980s as a stakeholder nonprofit organization. Despite our change to a social enterprise model, we remain a nonprofit, incorporated in the Societies Act. And as Brian mentioned, we existed in varying forms, as early as the 1960s. But during that time, and all the way up until I think maybe about 10 years ago, our focus was almost entirely on destination marketing. And as our industry shifts and the needs of our communities change, we really realized that we needed to adapt and find a new leadership role for our organization. Like many nonprofits, the pandemic forced us to reevaluate who we are and why we operate. And we had many challenging and enlightening conversations with communities and businesses over the course of the pandemic. And that really started to push us into a new direction, really realizing the need for balance as an industry, recognizing the really excellent work that's happening provincially and at local levels, like through Comox Valley Tourism, to promote areas. We don't need to be, as Tourism Vancouver Island at the time, another, marketing cog in the system. It's well taken care of, and we can inject our energy into other areas. And, that area was really social responsibility and the need to try to find a better balance as an industry. In terms of a more recent timeline, we introduced several options for organizational change to the board early in 2019. And as we kind of moved through a negotiating process with Destination BC, one of our primary contractors, we realized that we needed to find alternate sources of revenue for our board to really be able to drive and achieve the new vision and mission that they had set out for the organization, because that provincial funding alone was not enough to achieve it. We also realized that we can do good work in communities and do good work for businesses. We can incorporate our lens of social responsibility into all of our work and have a transformative impact on the ground. And we can reinvest, surplus revenues that we generate through that work into direct action to try to find a better balance. And we launched this new social enterprise organization at our conference in April, and very much building the plane as we're flying it. And felt it was important to kind of launch ourselves in our new form. And, now we're taking a bit of a roadshow around the island to tell our story and, answer any questions that folks might have. We're still, as Brian mentioned, highly integrated into the national tourism ecosystem, work with Destination BC and Destination Canada, Indigenous Tourism BC, the MTAC Tourism Ministry, our other regional organization partners and community DMOs. And one thing we really want to flag, once again, is that we feel really confident that the region's, marketing or communities are being very well positioned through marketing. We work closely with community destination marketing organizations across the island. And, some of them we are directly involved in, like here in the Comox Valley. But we're so confident that the communities and the province have it when it comes to destination marketing, and we can lend our expertise and skill as 4VI and efforts as 4VI into, social responsibility initiatives in areas focused outside of just destination marketing. We also work closely with a variety of other organizations around the province relating to, HR and much more. And, a couple of other, ongoing initiatives that we have. I won't get into much detail here in recognition of time. But, as Brian mentioned, really trying to focus on the ocean as an island destination. And that's a key part of pretty well everyone's experience here on Vancouver Island. We are dedicated to climate action as an organization. We have signed the Glasgow Declaration, and we are working on a pretty groundbreaking project to understand the carbon emissions relating to tourism sector on Vancouver Island with a strategy focused on decarbonization, which will be the first of its kind in North America and one of the most comprehensive reports anywhere based on our consulting team. Also prioritizing accessible travel and creating opportunities for all people to have remarkable and memorable experiences around the region. And last but not least, our work with Biosphere. We recently became certified by the Responsible Tourism Institute, an internationally recognized organization that focuses on sustainable tourism. And through our partnership with them, we're implementing an action plan which is focused on each of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And as a part of our outreach to industry and to communities across the island, we're now working through the fall to better understand what are our priorities when it comes to tourism stewardship. What does a balanced tourism industry on the island look like? And I think as well as we sort of continue to build the social enterprise, how do we go about investing surplus into social responsibility initiatives in a transparent, equitable, and high impact way? So this is very much just the start of more conversations to come. Really grateful for your time this evening, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks so much. I think Anthony would be proud, even despite the blow up reference with Caleb. We do have a few questions, starting with Director Arbor.
Thanks, Caleb and Brian. What it is, Brian, right? Yeah. What an inspiring shift that you're doing, and I guess it remains to be seen if 4VI will translate into 4BC for Destination BC later on. That would be quite something. The Glasgow Declaration commits to the decarbonization of tourism operations and to restore and protect ecosystems, helping visitors and host communities experience better balance with nature. I mean, you're just spot on. I think that's the mood on Vancouver Island right now. We have done the work over 50 years to, we were pretty blessed with just the location of where we are, but we've done the work to bring the world attraction to us. And I think it's true that you've recognized that trend, that now it's slowly shifting to how to balance tourism with other goals. I come from a very tourism dependent community on Hornby Island, and over there people really understand and know from other places in the world how just increased marketing can lead to a host of other problems that we're not quite at on Vancouver Island, and we still have an opportunity to try and balance and have more equitable opportunities. On Denman, they've decided not to have any hotels, not to have any vacation rentals, and so there's still a lot of tourism, but it's their friends and family who visit, and the mood is entirely different. So I think, and lastly, on the carbon side, amazing. I mean, we don't even know what that means to decarbonize tourism. We had a glimpse during COVID when everybody traveled regionally, and around the world, we saw for the first time our emissions bend. But guess what? We're right back at it, and we're celebrating new airplanes going to Puerto Vallarta, and where global tourism is back on track. So for you guys to have the bravery, in my opinion, to say, let's try to figure out a slightly different model on Vancouver Island and support communities on that journey is brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Hamir.
Sure. And I'm going to also echo that. Really refreshing to see a change in more of a responsible tourism focus, I think. For me, I'm wondering if you could maybe give some examples of how you are working maybe here in the Comox Valley with either tourism operators or with tourism support services. I know you provide our tourism support at our visitor center, and the change that we're seeing on the screen, how does that translate like in real life here in the Comox Valley?
Yeah, absolutely. I can take that one on. So first I'll start with our work as 4VI that's not related to the services we provide on contract. Brian mentioned the tourism development initiative. So we've been investing in projects across Vancouver Island, and there have been several areas of investment in the regional district here, often focused on universally accessible washroom installations, accessible picnic tables, benches, things like that. Also supporting some trail development and mountain biking in particular with an investment in the Cumberland area. Beyond that, and in a kind of more particular for our work in the Comox Valley on a contracted basis, we're really bringing in this new lens of social responsibility to the planning process. just had the pleasure of working with the advisory committee over the last few weeks to finalize our tactical plan for the next calendar year. And you'll notice there's a fairly significant shift in the workflow there to prioritize, first of all, recognizing that there is a need for balance as an industry, and having alternative measurement aside from just hotel occupancy and rate, because that does not define the success of a destination. Also, we've heard loud and clear through the pandemic that businesses are very interested in reducing their impact and maximizing benefits to the community, but they need help in knowing how to do that. So we've designed and we'll be bringing a program that will help businesses to identify sustainable development goals that matter to their operations and their team, and then work with experts to find ways of making changes to their operation to become, reduce their impact, maximize benefits, and then Comox Valley Tourism can come in and amplify those stories. So, it's really a mix of taking that lens of sustainability on all of the content from a marketing perspective that we develop, looking at diversity and inclusion and other aspects, and then helping to provide a pathway and guide operators so that they can do, their level best to sort of reduce the impact and maximize benefit to their community. Because we certainly know that tourism is a really powerful contributor, but it's not universally so. And we just no longer can pretend that that's the case. So for us, it's really about trying to provide that support.
Okay, if may ask another follow-up. So would you say, would you consider yourself still in the business of developing, events or, things to places and more, I guess, more event management? Or would you consider that still part of your area of work, or are you kind of going beyond that?
Yeah, so we don't do much work in terms of event management and development, but in terms of sort of experience development, that still is a part of the work that we do. But it's really trying to prioritize dispersion, so trying to get visitors to parts of the island that can really use the visitation. You've been hearing silver linings from the pandemic that communities like Port Alice have almost been reborn, and that tourism's been a massive contributor. So trying to support really thoughtful and measured tourism development in those areas that's happening within the general capacity of the community. The other area is trying to offset urgent issues that are being caused by overvisitation. One example in the ACRD would be the Mount 5040 and the need for upgraded washroom facilities there in highly sensitive alpine environments. So trying to offset the impact as best we can there, and other areas like Cape Scott and elsewhere in the region.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Director Morin.
Great, thank you, Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. I get really excited about this stuff. I've actually been sharing this kind of new model all over the place, trying to get people up to speed on this new kind of way of looking at tourism. I remember, at the beginning of the term, and I'm not going to rehash too much, but I brought up UN sustainability goals in terms of tourism and even economic development, and it was kind of not really on the radar. So I'm thrilled to see this, and I love the force for good. We know that places like Tofino and those really tourist busy areas, and even Cumberland has really noticed that impact of many people treading on the land. And so I think, this direction is great. And it's interesting when you talk about the washrooms at Cape Scott and things like that. I think a previous presentation, I was like, don't put too much stuff into those beautiful North Island little gems that, not that many people know about. So, just going cautiously there. We want people to be able to have a place to go to the bathroom, though. We definitely have seen that during COVID, that has been an issue in terms of our trail systems, et cetera. But I wondered, we certainly have people locally who are right on board with this, who, people in Cumberland, I think, have noticed the impact, and they obviously want tourism dollars, but they also want to put the brakes on a bit and just slow down. But then we have folks who really struggled during COVID, who lost all their business, who want to get back on their feet. They want those tourism dollars. And I'm just curious how your approach is to kind of help sell this to folks who think that they're going to lose, like showing what the benefit of this is to them. It's obviously a benefit to our natural surroundings and what we can handle and our carbon footprint and all those things. But in terms of the benefit to the bottom line for people in the tourism industry, I'm wondering if you could expand on that. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to. I can use an anecdote. So Venice, Italy, has 50,000 residents. 50 years ago, it had 150,000 residents. Everyone that is young is moving out of Venice the first chance they get, because the only industry that is left in that city is tourism and tourism support services. Every year, 35 million people visit Venice. We're not at that point anywhere in the region, but unchecked growth, not having these conversations, can lead to that problem. Venice didn't want this. They certainly don't appreciate the situation they're in. They're trying. No one here is saying that Tofino is Venice or that Courtney is Venice, but those are issues that are happening around the world. And for us, the focus is, let's have the conversation. Let's sit down. And no one is saying that, turn off the tap or shut down all the flights. We have the baseline for what that looked like. It was a difficult time, and I had a conversation today with another board, and they were saying that it's really great that you want to reach out to us. I have to do like a dishwashing shift in my hotel because I don't have anybody to work and I can't close. And so it's not that we're trying to flip the switch and be done quickly. As Callum said, we kind of rolled this out in April, building the plane as we go, and we're having these conversations. So a lot of the conversations have been from operators and stakeholders that have said, well, what about my business? COVID was awful and I'm not even out of that yet. And now you're trying to change everything. And our response to that is, we are trying to change everything, because the way we were doing it before was leading us down a path that wasn't going to provide balance. And the benefit of the conversation is that we can hear both sides, and we may not always end up in complete agreement, but there are multiple systems in place to maintain the marketing and drawing residents to visit places beyond their home and drawing people to come visit here. So I think that as we continue these conversations, we will encounter more and more people that are understanding what we're doing. And I thank you for sharing it, but it's coming to venues like this and getting out into the community and not just declaring we're a social enterprise and tourism has to change. Goodbye. And thank you. I'm glad that you asked that question, because it hasn't been smooth. It's come with some bumps, and it's been a really good challenge, and great conversations have come out of it.
Right. I just wanted to make a public apology to Venice. I did visit Venice just before COVID, the last time I traveled, and it's a beautiful place, but it had massive flooding not long after that. And I remember the mayor of Venice talking about climate change. So these are realities. But yeah, I do want to apologize for creating further impact to the city of Venice.
If I could just add one thing on that kind of balance in the business considerations and recovery. During our planning process with the advisory committee and our work here in the Valley, about 2 weeks ago, we presented the plan for next year, and the committee essentially moved for us to go back and kind of double down on our sustainability focus in the plan. Basically the message was like, we want this, don't be scared or apprehensive, dig deeper. And that's coming from a group of business owners in the community. So, we're very much doing this with the business sector, and seeing, honestly, our greatest support is coming from tourism business owners and senior managers from across the region who are, very much on this journey and helping to push us along.
Yeah, that's great. I really love the direction that you're going in. As you said at the beginning, Europe is quite far ahead of us in terms of social procurement and social enterprise. But it's definitely not lost on this board. Cumberland was the first municipality in BC to implement a social procurement. And Mayor from Victoria, Lisa Helps, and then Mayor of Tofino, Josie Osborne, and our Mayor of Cumberland, Leslie Baird, were all part of creating a social procurement initiative that is now running out of Victoria that does help train local governments in how to implement social procurement. So that's great. And I hope that you are working with them in implementing social enterprise tourism. I don't know if you have heard of Bisocial Canada, but Cumberland is part of that, and maybe that's something that 4BI would consider as well. But I really do think you have your finger on the pulse here and are headed in the right direction. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So all in favor of receipt? That's carried. Thank you. So we do have the fourth late delegation. That is Jamie Shepherd regarding Holiday Road. Hunier and Cole Hamilton, thank you. Yes, please, welcome. Come up to the podium. Again, you have 10 minutes to present and then we'll have questions. Thank you.
Okay. We'd like to start by respectfully acknowledging the land that we gather on is on the unceded territory, traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. They are the traditional keepers of this land. I'm Marissa Cotter, and this is my neighbor, Jamie Shepherd. We're grateful to be here to speak as a late delegation. Thank you on this very important community concern. Thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair to the board. I'm here today speaking on behalf of 35 and counting concerned residents just on Holiday Road and a growing number in our greater Fanny Bay area. We are concerned about the progression and subsequent approval of this 501 Holiday Road Fanny Bay Camp development permit application in electoral area A where we live. After listening closely to yesterday's ESAC discussion, we feel that our concerns with this proposed project were not addressed. We live on the same rural road as this proposed camp at lot 501, and although we as a neighborhood have a history of presenting ourselves as disgruntled or oppositional to development on this lot, this is an incorrect characterization of the concerns of our neighborhood. We would like the lot at 501 to contribute to the local housing crisis by providing safe and secure long-term permanent housing solutions, not exacerbating it with another temporary and unsafe living situation for vulnerable people. The proposed project does not align with the values of safety and security for the people of this area or for the patrons of this proposed camp project. We are concerned for the risk of fires as we rely on a small volunteer department. Given the example that Maple Pool Campground provides, transitional living arrangements on sites such as these pose significant community concerns. It does not make sense that this situation would be recreated on our rural, isolated neighborhood so far from the services of an urban municipality. Coming to this meeting tonight, chatting with neighbors, I'm really realizing like the anxiety of this problematic lot. This is going on 20 years. I've been a resident since 2008. We feel anxious walking by this spot zoned lot, and now so many children on our own, 6 between the two of us here. We're concerned that of their safety each time they go out to play, go down the road. Our kids have grown up in fear of lot 501 due to its history of violent and unpredictable behavior from the people who have sporadically found or sought shelter there. Literally, who's going to jump out from the bushes when we walk by? Holiday Road is a one-way in and out road, approximately 2 kilometers in length. With the proposed camp located 3/4 up the road, we're concerned how emergency response time if and when these campers in transition, as the applicant described yesterday, without a permanent address and will be long-term camp residents, when and if they might need to access emergency support. This proposed camp is many kilometers from public transportation, emergency services, like I said, employment opportunities, or recreational activities beyond the limits of campsite living. We're blocked in between the busy old highway and then Sharp Beach, the Sable River with its very steep cliff, and then river, and then 4-lane highway. We're curious about the operational nature of a project that isn't showing consideration to the lack of access of these basic needs. By using 2010 documents, designs, renderings, the optics of this current applicant's proposal very clearly indicates an association with the previous problematic Lot 501 owner, Armandio Santos. We're wanting to see Lot 501 evolve past the old, already experimented with concept of temporary campground style housing, which brought distressed people into our area, one of whom threatened and then attacked a neighboring occupied home with a weapon. Permitting the development of this proposed camp will contribute to the growing number of local areas in the Comox Valley where distressed and displaced people are gathering, seeking unsafe shelter. Folks living on these lots are in need of social support services, which are located over 30 minutes away from where we live. We understand that in accordance with the current zoning, this type of project may look completely copacetic. In reality, this commercial and industrial zoned lot, as Director Arbor mentioned yesterday, lacks alignment with the form and character of our area. Factors that question the commercial industrial zoning of Lot 501 include the narrow, steep, winding nature of our road, making it difficult to even imagine an increase in any more traffic. Water supply for such a large camp. Water contamination of neighbors that are downstream or down elevation from this lot, making their way into their water supply, as well as the current vision of our area as defined as a rural settlement in the official community plan. The outlined 501 Holiday Road proposal is designed for dense temporary overnight occupancy with little access to emergency services, transportation, or recreation. By allowing this project to continue, the CVRD will be sending a clear message to our community about their reckless contingency plan, a plan to place a magnitude of pressure on the shoulders of a small volunteer fire department and neighboring vulnerable residents. This is neglectful and dangerous to the safety of our entire community. Please consider our concerns as our entire electoral area that are not limited to just our rural road. Please do not approve the development permit of Lot 501 on Holiday Road. The proposal of a campground is inappropriate for our isolated residential community. The use does not make sense in this location, and we are hoping that the CVRD will consider rezoning of this problematic lot. Understanding that this is a development permit, not a debate for rezoning, we are hoping that the applicant will work with the CVRD to address these concerns through the development permit process. I'd like to also acknowledge there's quite a few of us here from our road who are in support with these concerns. So this was a letter that was circulated to quite a few people here on the board, and I'd like to read our names who signed this letter. Myself and my husband, Chester Cotter, Paul and Allison Crawford, who are here tonight, Jackie Ayton and Karen Foraker, who are here, Jamie Shepherd and her husband, Dave Lindstrom, Sue Robb, who is here, Jory Goff, Jason Jessico, Judy Pluis, who is here, Jacob and Deborah Dabrowski, Monica Goodhart, who is here, John Foster, Jesse and Mason Prowski, Paul Suter, Warren and Roberta Wing, Barb Ashmead, Hannah Safeco, Beth Peavy, Nathan Wooten, Jim Burgess, and Ruth Safeco.
Thank you, Marissa. Marissa put it very eloquently with a little more formal language. I'm going to read to you what I would have read yesterday at the Electoral Services Committee meeting. But since that didn't happen, I'm going to forward it to you today. My name is Jamie Shepherd. I live at 460 Holiday Road, which is immediately below Lot 501. I'm one of the many concerned neighbors living in close proximity to 501 Holiday. I understand yesterday's meeting was focused solely upon the development permit and its criteria as set on paper. What is lacking in the process and is neglecting to examine the entire process, the whole big picture. The development permit is one fragment, yet it can have a profound impact on our neighborhood, changing the face and feel of where we live and where we call home. Holiday Road has large lots, small acreages, low density of single family homes, hobby farms, and small home-based businesses. Perhaps on paper, a high-density campground with transient clientele checks all of the development boxes, but in reality, it's posing to destroy the rural tranquility of an established neighborhood. As my speaking opportunity is brief, I'll highlight the key concerns of residents in point form. Traffic. Whether folks on vacation coming or going or semi-permanent folks coming and going from work, it is set to double or triple on our small dead-end road. Water. Water's life. We all rely on well water. We don't have another option. We are not connected to the Fanny Bay Waterworks service. Wells are our only option. The addition of 50+ living sites drawing from the same source is absolutely unimaginable. We are all shocked that the existing wells on 501 suddenly have sufficient water when in previous proposals of similar nature, there was not enough water. That was a problem. Is the required capacity reflecting the potential maximum occupancy of the development? At 50 sites, that could be 50 people. Say it's full of families, that's 200 people. That's all drawing from the same wells that we all live and have just for our homes. And we don't know what the occupancy this is all being based on. Along the same lines, septic and the contamination of runoff from that. A lot of the plan that I read, the runoff water is to permeate through the gravel. Well, my house sits at the bottom of that gravel. It's coming to my house first. If sites are occupied by families, that's 200+ people and their waste. Maybe it's capable, I don't know. That seems like a lot on one small lot. The noise levels from a high density development, I'll just leave it at that. The conflict of campground persons and pets within a residential neighborhood. My animals aren't a tourist attraction. You know, do we have to put up superior fencing so that our livestock is not at risk? That's something of a concern. We already have one Airbnb on the road, and we've had that. We've had people reaching across the fence because they think it's cute to give some grass to a cow or whatever. Lighting, it's a rural neighborhood. We enjoy our stars. Dark sky, I think, means a whole lot different in the city than it does in the country. We know that.
So you've already gone over time. Can we have your closing?
Yep.
Thanks.
Just in closing, our neighborhood's fate is being decided out of convenience for someone responsible for clearing papers off their desk. We're more than just a paper shuffle. These are our lives and our homes are being impacted. Please consider the human level to this and not just the ink and paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are you willing to take some questions? Okay, great. We have Director Hamir first.
Thank you, and thanks to all of the the residents from Holiday Road. I know you didn't get a chance to speak yesterday, but I hope you feel that today you're getting a much bigger audience and an opportunity to speak a little bit longer than you would have yesterday.
We appreciate it.
You've brought up a number of issues, so I'm going to just maybe address a couple, and maybe some of my fellow directors will bring up a few. You know, the question about changing the zoning, and maybe this is a question for staff. When could that have ever been done, and who would trigger a change in zoning? Is it the community or the owner of the property?
Madam Chair, to answer the question, an amendment in rezoning can be initiated by the owner of the property through an application, or by the board in the event that it wishes to review its zoning, or that is done on several occasions. This board did do through our electoral area committee, did a review of its rezoning in recent years. That it's those times that the board has that opportunity.
Thanks for putting that forward. I'm wondering, you know, you've compared the property to Maple Pool as a comparison, and I'm wondering why you chose that one instead of comparing to, say, Seal Bay RV Park, which I think in light of the presentation that was happened yesterday seemed to be more in line with what their model is.
Yeah, so it's the whole optics of our history, like the whole optics of this operation, and how the previous owner submitted the exact same plan. And of decades, like of the same thing. And then on discussion with the new application, the new owner, it's the same. Like there's been no reassurance that there's been any sort of shift or new direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess because I heard yesterday, you know, that the new owner was looking to attract a higher end demographic of travelers that are temporary, and so not to attract people who are looking for low income homes, but you know, it is for the traveling public.
Yeah, I believe he used the word higher value patrons, which I'm a little offended by, but just that he also mentioned that it's for people needing transitional housing. So he actually said people in transition, and gave an example of people needing to live somewhere before coming up with rent for a more permanent location. So it's transitional, which in our isolated community neighborhood makes no sense. It's so inappropriate.
Can I just say a word here on this too? I think there's a standpoint too of it really doesn't matter who the clientele for this campground is. It's not pertinent to this developer's business plan because it could be another developer's business plan. What we're looking at here is the footprint is being placed on this lot and it can move forward from there. So whether this developer has 51 glorious campsites and the next developer has a totally different idea, that's irrelevant because 51 campsites in a low density area is putting a high density on 5 acres. We have 5 acres. There's 6 of us on 5 acres. It can get pretty tight. I can't imagine that many people on 5 acres in our rural neighborhood. It really, that is the part that's life changing. It's the high density of population, regardless of who those people are. It really doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's the density.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Director Arbour.
Thank you. And we do development permits pretty often, but there's been an avalanche of correspondence since the agenda was published before EASC. And I think it's a development permit, so we're actually quite constrained in the types of things that the CVRD can do. But I did talk about, and I think the applicant, who I think has shown good faith, I did talk about the history of that particular lot and wounds that are not healed yet in terms of progressing. And I think we've been hearing that voice for a few days. And there's been in some of that, so we've received correspondence which the rest of the board hasn't seen. And so the staff hasn't had the time to review, but maybe later on when the item comes up, I may propose that, not that we deny, because I don't think that'd be appropriate either, but maybe that we defer and that we come back to ESC at the next meeting with a response to the form and character comments received from the residents of the area, and comments from the directors as well as the legal bounds of the development permit guidelines, because I think there's also history around that property, around that very topic, and I think there's still question marks, which was raised in your presentation earlier, around the form and character of the specific development versus the neighborhood. I think there's some questions that, with the advice of staff, could probably ease the mind of the directors on the decision as well as the community. So I'll hear from Dr. Grieve, but I would lean towards a deferral to the next meeting, which would give staff the time to bring some information back.
Okay, Dr. Grieve.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a form and character DP, so it's not a big decision point. The property has been tourist commercial for over 40 years. It's usually, if you want to change zoning, it has to be initiated by the owner. And as you know, zoning goes with the property, not with whoever owns property. Unfortunately, you probably had you're traumatized by the most infamous property owner in the Comox Valley ever. So I can see some of the concerns. I mean, it may well not turn out quite as terrible as you thought. Things about water and septic, they're also obviously provincial jurisdictions, so they have to be addressed through the province on health and whatnot. But I'm just wondering, I kind of agree with Director Arbor that maybe we can just send this back for a while and let the new board deal with it. At this point, we're between a rock and a hard place, right? Because you can't arbitrarily change the zoning unless it's part of a bigger review, like regional growth strategy and OCP. So I'm just wondering, my question is, so if the density is an issue, what would you feel if it was like 20 units or something like that, more upscale, but or is it just you don't want anybody in your backyard?
No, it's not that. We would like to see whatever is developed there. Obviously, we don't own it. We don't get to develop it. That's not, we're not trying to control that. But what we are trying to speak up against is such a density that is going to impact the rest of the neighborhood. If there's a development that comes in that fits into the neighborhood, even if it's a little bit of change, hey, but if it's going to suck all the water out of my well and my neighbor's well and my neighbor's well, that's a huge problem, because now our homes and our property values are altered because of one property.
It's a concern for the transient nature of campers in a completely isolated and cut off from services. That just doesn't make sense. If for permanent, like Director Robert suggested yesterday, like mobile homes or, like smaller, like more permanent, that are a better answer to people needing homes.
Housing. Any development that is going to actually fit into the form and character of the neighborhood. It's rural, it's low occupancy of single family homes and farms. It's not there's no other RV parks on our road. There's nothing to compare it to in that respect.
It's not a destination. Like, I don't know if
the hum of the hydro lines is very lovely.
It's the hydro line and our windy road with no shoulder and unmarked center line.
Did we sort of answer your question a little bit?
Grade off.
Okay, we do have another question.
Yes.
Director Hamir.
Yeah, I was just going through the application again because, you know, the water issue is being brought up. And in the form and character report, I only see engineers report around rainfall management and drainage. And just a question to staff, the issue around capacity of well water, when would that type of report be brought forward?
As Director Grieve mentioned, ultimately the capacity of wells and such and the registration of wells and requirements is the responsibility of the province.
So the board doesn't have any ability to restrict density based on available.
Well, ultimately,
groundwater?
any property developed in the rural area is going to be subject to the requirements of other agencies that will affect the density that can be realized. So septic systems controlled by another department, that will affect the density that can be realized because they will have to develop and manage a proper system, and that will affect it. And the same with a well. Wells are managed by the province, and impacts of a neighbor's wells or otherwise are matters that would be resolved through other venues, not the regional district controlling.
So Island Health would probably be looking at
Island Health, Ministry of Environment for water, yes.
Okay, and could very well restrict a density based on their proofing of the wells.
But all of these questions, if this matter is referred back to the Electoral Area Committee, then our staff will be here that can answer these questions. Okay. And it's a little on the fly for me to address them all tonight.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting you to tell me how many they could have. So, but thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions. So I'll call the question on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And I will put forward that we rearrange the agenda to bring forward the electoral areas item that is being discussed so that the crowd can disperse.
And Madam Chair, just for clarity, that's item 11.1.
11.1.
Recommendation 1 under item number 11.
Thank you.
And also bring forward F10 for Director Lee, who's
that would be wonderful. I've been waiting anxiously.
You didn't like all the delegations, Director?
Oh, it was interesting.
So that was moved by Grieve, seconded by Grant. Okay, so we will all in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So we will bring forward item 11.1 first. So we go to Electoral Area Service Committee minutes for September 19th. So Grant and Moran, thank you. All in favor of receipt of those minutes? Anyone opposed? That's carried. And so we have recommendation 1. That's the CBRD approved the commercial industrial form and character development permit for Fanny Bay Resort Inc. Grieve and Grant, thank you. And we'll go to Director Arbor.
What got moved there? Sorry, I missed it.
The recommendation number 1.
Yeah, I was going to move deferral on it. Sorry. So I'm not in favor of proceeding. I believe that, and that we have the applicant, and I do really mean it. That I think you're in good faith in trying to advance a project. But I think you're also hearing from, to me, when you start a project like that, and I know there's been efforts in that direction as well, but it feels like it would be on the wrong footing with the entire neighborhood to proceed. And I think clarifying some of the comments that we've received may be helpful to the future of the property and everybody feeling good about it. Ultimately, this is a form and character thing. And I think some of the questions that have been raised in some of the letters, including some legal illusions. For me, I would be more comfortable to have an extra staff report that really clarifies, so we're all on the same page. Everybody really understands what it is, and the directors as well, what the constraints are, the opportunities, and then move on in a good way from there. So that's why I'm opposed to the motion that was just made. And if the motion is defeated, I would move deferral to the next meeting, which I realize is a couple of months from now, but it's not. That's because we have an election in between, but it's a couple of months I think is worth it.
So, yeah, so I just, I may have jumped too far ahead with the recommendation. If the movers would like to rescind that, and then we can put forward the deferral. Okay, Director Grant, thank you. Okay. So Director Arbor has put forward deferral to the next EASC meeting. Is there a seconder? Director Grant, and so we've talked about time and place, and that's what's supposed to be discussed on referral. So any further discussion on time and place? All good? Oh, Director Grant, go ahead.
Well, it's not really on time and place, but I think a clarification of what form and character means and what the board can actually rule on would be appropriate at that as well.
Well, unfortunately, we can't discuss that now that we have the deferral motion. But if staff want to address that after. Okay, so we're on deferral, and it's a vote of the full board or the areas? Just areas. Just the areas, okay. So all in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Director Grave.
Madam Chair, I move we vary the agenda to bring forward Black Creek Oyster Bay Service Committee.
Yeah, we did already, so we're going to that next. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So that's item 10. Black Creek Oyster Bay Service Committee minutes from September 19th.
Move receipt of the minutes.
Director Lee and Director Grant, thank you. Any discussion of those minutes? Okay, all in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's
move recommendation 1.
Second.
Reeve and Lee, thank you. And that's the board support an application to the Union Bay Municipalities Community Emergency Preparedness Fund in the amount of $30,000 for the Oyster River Fire Rescue Department. Any further discussion on that recommendation? Okay, it's a vote of CD. All in favor?
You don't get to vote.
Any opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Director Lee.
Thank you, Director Lee.
See you guys later. Okay, bye.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go back. We'll actually probably take a break, I think, because we've been at it for 2 hours straight. So we'll take a 10-minute break, come back at 6:16. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Hi, Jesse. I'm Derek. Hi. Nice to meet you too.
We're just here to support the. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Over tomorrow morning. Comox Valley. Actually, I actually appreciate it. I learned some things about things like that. So, like that. I'm very excited to hear about the prize. Engaging in a social contract with visitors. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, it's actually our miracle. He's a good friend of ours, so we were just having a social conversation. He said, Thank you. 300 people for $1. We felt totally invasion. Like it felt, yeah, that's hard. That's a hard environment to live in.
Yeah, actually. So I worked out there in the summer starting.
Okay. Good. We were living there. It's changed. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I personally got it. Yeah.
So I was a family doctor, before I specialized. So from 1998 to 2000, I was a family doctor. And I specialized in public health physician, specialist ever since. Yeah. So I worked in a housing. So yeah, we were there. We lived there at the same time. And we weren't so big then.
Yeah.
Did you work with Josie? Josie Osborne, Josie Osborne. What's she administrator of right now?
A new ministry, so she was municipal affairs.
Yes,
and now
yes.
she's changed to land and waters.
It's right up her alley.
Yes.
Yeah. You guys' name, your name didn't change, did it?
So we actually
You're gonna have something?
I was wondering where I find it. Okay, I was like, sure, I can actually try to find it.
Oh, but you know, we should confirm
No, I didn't say it. It's over. I said I'm leaving.
This PM 2.5 is my lungs right now. Right? Now the I don't know about the process. I'm gonna consider it was okay with C, but now I don't.
Okay, so we'll get back to our regular agenda. We left off on reports.
I'll drop them off. How many would you like?
First, we have the Airshed Roundtable update. Director Arbor moved, seconded by
I'll second that.
Cole Hamilton. Thank you. And I will pass it over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Robin Home, the Manager of Long Range Planning, is here to introduce this topic. And we have two special guests for you tonight, which I will leave it to Robin to introduce.
Thank you, Russell. Through the chair to the board, staff are here today to provide you with an update on the Airshed Airshed Roundtable project. In 2020, the CVRD convened the Airshed Roundtable to tackle the very complex issue of air quality. The intent was to bring together a range of perspectives to identify points of agreement on actions to improve air quality in the Comox Valley and specifically to reduce fine particulate matter. This process has really highlighted some of the differences between the municipalities and the rural areas in values and interests, and we are very mindful of how divisive these matters, such as air quality, can be. A key deliverable of this process is the strategy, and this was developed with key input from both the roundtable and the steering committee, and is intended to serve as a springboard for multi-jurisdictional action. As you know, staff presented the draft strategy to the board in May and received extensive direction to revise the strategy based on feedback and to invite Medical Health Officer Charmaine Enns to speak to the board on the roundtable process and the development of the strategy. The board provided feedback on several key areas, such as the prioritization of actions and air quality data collection and monitoring. Working with the steering committee, staff are in the process of revising the strategy based on this feedback. And the steering committee represents an expert panel with members from all 3 local governments and various provincial agencies and ministries. In July, members of the steering committee confirmed their ongoing commitment to remain as members of the committee, continuing to provide subject matter expertise and supporting the prioritization of implementation actions. This will help to ensure continuity and accountability for the ongoing implementation of the strategy. In December, staff will bring the revised strategy forward to the board, addressing the concerns that have been raised while also seeking to clarify the actions that can be led by local government and by other key partners. Local governments have limited jurisdiction to tackle air quality, but our hope is that working with the steering committee, we can optimize partnerships, initiatives, and explore opportunities where there are co-benefits. An example of this would be the pilot project that was run by the fire services, the wood chipping program. While this was really to reduce the risk of wildfire, there was also the added benefit of reducing wood smoke from burning yard waste. As the next step, staff will proceed with year 3 of the project, which focuses on implementation. Staff have budget already within the approved 2022 financial plan to proceed with educational initiatives that will work to increase the awareness on reducing wood smoke impacts. Examples of these activities include the increased promotion of available rebate programs such as Clean BC, the Income Qualified Program, and the Wood Stove Reduction Program. The hosting of webinars and in-person events, and as well the increased distribution of moisture meters to encourage better burning. I would just like to conclude noting that we have invited 2 members of the steering committee to speak with us today, Dr. Charmaine Enns, the Medical Health Officer with Island Health, and Tarek Ayash, Air Quality Meteorologist from the Ministry of Environment. I'll invite them now to speak. Please welcome Dr. Charmaine Enns.
Thank you. No, it's my pleasure to be here, and thank you very much, Robin. Thank you very much, Robin. I think you can see I have no notes, and I'm getting a lot of feedback. I have no notes and I have no PowerPoint. I just really want to be able to give voice to the process and to validate the process. So for those of you some of you have been here longer than others. And you know that this conversation about air quality is a long-standing one in the Comox Valley. And I want to recognize that the main issues with air qualities in communities on Vancouver Island, our communities are in valleys. We live in a valley, and the valley, by the nature of being a valley, adds to the challenge of air through the topography and weather, and it's just the reality of where we live. So we can't change that, but we do need to then make sure we have strategies or actions to improve air quality, because air quality has been a long documented challenge in this valley and others on Vancouver Island. This process was preceded by another process to make sure that this strategy development would succeed. I have nothing but good to say on the process and the facilitation through PINA and also the convening of the CVRD so that we had a structured and appropriate place to meet and to develop the strategy. Now, the strategy is a strategy. It's a living document, and it was a place to start. It is not an all-encompassing, exhaustive document for everything on air quality. We know through evidence and information and monitoring that particulate matter, which Robin referenced, fine particulate matter especially, which is PM 2.5, is a significant health concern as a pollutant of concern in the Comox Valley. And that's why the initial work of the strategy is so focused on particulate matter, which comes mainly from combustion, and smoke, which comes from indoor and outdoor burning. Anything that combusts makes PM 2.5 biomass especially. So I just want to, I personally am committed, and I'm happy to say the whole steering committee is committed to staying engaged for the long term. We're not going anywhere. So we're here to keep the process going for whatever it looks like going forward. This is this air quality is the long game in terms of health and health protection. And if ever we have a time to make sure we stay focused on these very important determinants of health, is now as it relates to climate and climate change and our ability to adapt. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Of course, I'll be around for any questions, but the process has been good. There's been some bumps through participation in that process. That's what happens in community work. It can be messy sometimes. So I'm hoping that some of that messiness isn't the distraction, because what really matters is the work that's been done that we to help move us forward or provide some guideposts or some evidence or some agreement on goals and vision and principles and actions, because it's supposed to be an empowering work. And so let's hopefully not get distracted by some of the polarization, but let's I'm hoping we can all collectively stay focused on the end game, which any improvement in air quality is an improvement in health. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rentz.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tarek Ayash. I took over from Airplane. For those of you who are Airplane is now a unit head, and so I took over the work, the great work that Earl has done over the years, and now it's culminated in the wood smoke reduction strategy. So I'm here to talk to you briefly about two main points. One, about the history of just the context of airshed management, in which the wood smoke reduction strategy is one chapter of this long history that we have in the province on this type of process. And the other is about low-cost monitoring, which is an essential component of the wood smoke reduction strategy that's being put forward. So next, please. So yeah, without going into so much details, airshed management has a long, rich history in the province. It goes back as early as the 90s. And it basically goes under different names. We call it airshed management process, but in this case, you have a wood smoke reduction strategy. We call it sometimes airshed protection strategy. And essentially, it involves the development and implementation of a plan to improve and protect air quality in a community. And we use the term airshed. For example, Comox Valley will be considered an airshed because it's a region where the air movement is confined and has its own uniqueness that is separate from the other regions or other communities on the island, for example. Sure, sorry. Is this better? Sorry, didn't want to. Is this good? Okay. So airshed management, it's a long-term, it's a long journey. So it starts with a development of plan, but implementation takes years. It's an ongoing process because we get to a point improving air quality, but we live in age of climate change. And projection is that we can have more frequent and intense wildfires, for example, and that's where we have this type of process that would, aim not just reducing local sources, but protecting our communities, health communities from sources such as wildfires. And it's a long-term journey. It involves many stakeholders, and it's a process that requires continual partnerships and monitoring, not just air monitoring, but monitoring of the progress of the process, and also a constant evaluation of how we're doing in terms of the actions in this process. More recently, in addition to the provincial process, we've had something called the federal air zone management system, which is a system all over the nation that has the same reporting format on the state of air quality in our communities. So without going into much details, I just want to highlight a few things. Next, please. So without going into much detail, it's a bit complicated, but to simplify it, for one specific component here, which is the fine particulate matter, PM2.5, which as Dr. N said, it comes from the smoke. Every year, we update the reporting from the communities of the province on the state of the fine particulate matter. And it basically depends on the concentrations of fine particulate matter, which is updated every year. So the more smoke you have in the air, the higher the concentrations of PM2.5, fine particulates. And then based on certain thresholds, you have an increasing level of action. So the highest threshold under this reporting system is what we call the Canadian Ambient Air Quality Standard, which is the acceptable limits for fine particulate matter concentration. The reporting can be complex, but based on the concentrations, which is updated every 3 years, going back a few years back, Courtney and more like overall the larger zone, the Georgia Strait zone, was considered a red community, which means the levels of PM2.5 were exceeding the acceptable limits, the Canadian Ambient Air Quality Standard for PM2.5. So that's required immediate action to lower it. From the latest air zone reporting, which is taken to average 2017 to 2019 levels, the good news is that we have dropped into the orange level, which is just below the red level, which means concentrations are not far below the acceptable limits. So action is still needed to lower the concentrations even further. And also to emphasize that we do not have safe levels for fine particulate matter, PM2.5. So health effects can occur at any concentration. So the lower we get, the better. So as it stands, the Comox Valley is part of the zone where it's the PM2.5 action level is in the orange, meaning we are just below the acceptable limit and we need continual action to lower the concentrations of fine particulate, which is from smoke, even further. Next, please. Also, in addition to the federal Canadian Ambient Air Quality Standards, we have our provincial acceptable limits. Again, without going into much detail, we have acceptable limits for PM2.5, but also for ozone and NO2, which when we have hourly measurements of all three components, we get something they're called the Air Quality Health Index, which you can see online, and it gives you the health risk for the general population. One thing I want to note is more recently we had the AQHI being developed into something called AQHI Plus, which is more sensitive to the concentrations of PM2.5. So meaning it's a recognition that PM2.5 is the main pollutant of concern, and it not just in the Comox Valley, but in the province. And we have the health index being more sensitive to PM2.5. So the lower PM2.5, then the lower the health risk will be for the general population. Next, please. I just want to make the point here that this is not a new process. It's a well-established process. Like I said, it goes back to the early 90s. And we have several success stories about this type of process in the province, and most notably here on the island from the Cowichan Valley, we've had a long process of airshed management through a partnership between local and provincial governments, the health agencies, First Nations, industry, and community NGOs. So this process, which went over many years, culminated in the development, implementation of the airshed protection strategy, which is currently being reviewed and updated. And right now we have a successful model of implementation of this strategy. We have a leadership team, which is the equivalent of a steering committee, which is in regular and frequent communication and coordination to implement the strategy. And also we have a roundtable, which includes representatives from main stakeholders in the community, which meets once or twice a year. And the main purpose of this is that we report on the progress of our action of implementing the strategy to the larger community and gather feedback. So we have a really successful model from the Cowichan Valley that we can easily follow, but it's a standard model. The main point I want to make here is that this is nothing new. We're not going to uncharted waters. This is something that has really worked and we can follow, such as in other communities, most notably our neighbors in the Cowichan Valley. Next, please. So this is for the first piece about the airshed management process. The second piece of my presentation is about air monitoring. So in the province, we have a provincial air monitoring network, which is air monitoring sites in the province, which are mostly owned and operated by the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change Strategy, but also by some industrial stakeholders. And in Courtenay, we have one station at Courtenay Elementary, which measures fine particulate matter, PM2.5, ozone, and NO2. Now, one station is really good for getting a measure of the overall community exposure. Sorry, next please, next slide. But when it comes to PM2.5 and specifically from wood smoke, the scales of impacts can vary widely. You can have a wood smoke impact from one residence to another that's not felt beyond this residence. You can have impact over a neighborhood if you have a number of wood stoves or open burning. It can affect just the neighborhoods. And if you have many sources, it can affect the whole community. And you have events like wildfires, the impacts can be felt across the region. So given the nature of wood smoke, one station in a community is a good start, but it's not enough to capture these spatial variations of the nature of fine particulates throughout throughout a place like the Comox Valley. And specifically from two types of sources, from wood heating, burning wood for heating purposes, and also from backyard burning. These can vary widely and the impacts can be very local, like I said. And it can impact anything from one residence to neighborhood to the whole community. And that's where we come to low cost monitors. So typical monitor we have at station costs anywhere between $8,000 to $10,000. Recently, we've had a new generation of low cost monitors specifically for PM2.5 that would capture, and they're really useful for two main purposes. One is to capture the spatial variation of wood smoke, and the other is to gauge the effects of our actions. So as we go over the years, having so many small, low-cost monitors to our community would tell us how air quality is changing over time due to the actions that we're implementing in the strategy. Next slide, please. So yeah, in recent years, there have been significant advances in low-cost monitoring technologies. Now, it's not my place to recommend or to sell one technology or another, but one type of technology, it's called purple air monitors, is one that's widely used currently, and this for several reasons. One is that they're small, they're this size, and they low cost. One piece costs 300 Canadian dollars, and they require minimal power and data requirements. And they're getting more and more reliable in terms of their performance. They can last for a few years with no problems. And we have the infrastructure for the data collection and how they process the data from it. And, and anybody can access the data, as I'll show you in the next slides. So recently we've had an online air quality map that was started by University of Northern British Columbia, and now it's been headed by Environment and Climate Change Canada. It's an online map that gathers all the data from these purple air monitors in real time, and then not just gather data, but it reports corrected, which is enhanced data, because the data from purple airs can be quite different from the main monitors that we have. There's been a lot of work been going on to have corrected data, which is an enhanced version of the raw data you get from these monitors. So this is a nationwide network, and there's many monitors in province, as I can show you in the next slides. So if you would go to the map, the link is provided here. You can see monitors of province, the whole nation, but basically you can zoom in any part of the province, and you would notice that there are many of these monitors now on the islands. They report data in real time. They have been priceless in terms of capturing wildfire smoke in remote communities. But more importantly, as I mentioned, they're also priceless in capturing the local impacts of wood smoke that we would not otherwise see from a single station in a community. So it's a great tool. I encourage everybody to visit it, and then you can see the local impacts of wood smoke throughout the province and on the island and in the communities. Recently, we've developed some analytical tools to gather. So based on the data we have from the purple air monitors, we process and analyze the data, and we'll be using the data to analyze how the air quality, or the PM 2.5 varies in a particular region. So next slide, please. We've used these tools to analyze data from the purple air network in the Cowichan Valley. Right now, we have around 20 of these purple air monitors in the Cowichan Valley, and we've been gathering data there since 2018. So that's over 4 years, almost 4 years of data, which is a really good document that shows us how air quality has been changing over time. So I just want to conclude with one slide that shows just an example of a recent analysis we've done using these monitors. Without going into technical details, so the analysis that we've developed has actually enabled us to show particular parts, certain parts of the airsheds in the Cowichan Valley, which we use the term for as hotspots. So these are locations in the Cowichan Valley which are exposed to frequent and consistent high concentrations of PM 2.5 coming from wood smoke in the wintertime. So we have the analysis tools there, and we can implement this model throughout any part of the province as soon as we have these low-cost monitors, which are quite essential, in my opinion, for the implementation of any airshed management process or wood smoke reduction strategy. Thank you. That's all I have to say, and happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Tarek. Yes, we do have some questions, starting with Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Well, what am I missing? Why don't we have these monitors? We've had condition red. We've been talking about this as a community for years. Why don't we have these monitors?
I'm not sure I'm the one to answer the question.
Well, who provides them? Is this not a responsibility of the Provincial Ministry of Health and Island Health?
No. It's not. So it's basically you need a local partner to initiate a monitoring program. So I'll use recent example from Port Alberni. So in Alberni, you have the Air Quality Council. They put together a proposal that they would want to have these monitors in the community. So they submitted a proposal to the ministry. The model that we followed is that we received the proposal and they submitted it to Environment and Climate Change Canada, who also provides some of these monitors. And the AQC, they provided funding for 2 or 3 of the monitors. So it's a collaboration between them, our ministry, and Environment and Climate Change Canada. We each provided 2 to 3 monitors. They had 9 or 10 monitors in total that we implemented. Now, the local partnership comes in a way that they provided sites. So for these monitors, you need sites, secure sites that have two things: one, stable power, and stable Wi-Fi access to be able to log them to the internet. So if we have a local partner that's willing to provide those sites, then the province steps in and Environment Canada steps in to provide some funding for additional monitors. So it starts with a local initiative, and then the support comes in to provide the technical and financial support.
I'm absolutely stunned. Am I the only one who's absolutely stunned that we haven't had these for years? Why is this the first time we've heard that this is available?
To be fair, it's relatively new. Alberni, they had this network last year. Cowichan had it, but in Cowichan, for example, it was part of this local airshed management process. It was a well-established process, and this piece came in to support this process. It wasn't monitoring, and same thing with Alberni. They have the Air Quality Council; they're quite active, and it's the one piece that kind of fit in that active airshed process. That's I think maybe one answer.
Okay.
Next, we have Director Hamir.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Tariq and Charmaine. Great presentations. And I guess just to answer Director Halian's comment, I know a number of us have actually brought up the purple air monitors around the table. I think what we've heard is that we have yet to have a service in the regional district that can be the holder of the monitoring partnership to pay for the funds, unless we can, I don't know if staff have a comment of if we have another service that we could put this into, if it can fit under the RGS. But I think it's certainly time that we purchase our own as well. And so I guess the question to Tariq would be, what would be the steps to then is it a partnership with Ministry of Environment or Health? Who is the partnership with?
Primarily, it's with the Ministry of Environment,
Okay.
and it would take a proposal, and happy to provide a template for the proposal or this example, and it's a few pages outlining the purpose of the initiative, and then it strongly recommend there be support from the local initiative to provide a few monitors, and then our Ministry of Environment Change, Climate Change Canada can complement those.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to initiate something at the board for our staff to then apply for
Absolutely.
said partnership.
And they're low cost, 300 Canadians a piece.
Yeah.
They're quite inexpensive, and they're easy to install and maintain. So it's really takes just this initiative, and then they're quite easy to implement.
Sounds like something we can probably.
Chair, if I could just add a little bit of perspective here too, is that it was under your leadership, the leadership of this board over the last 4 years, to establish the steering committee and establish the forum in which we brought all the partners together. And I know you would want it to be done now, but realize that the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District, that was realized over 10 years with very limited funding from the regional district. It was the establishment of the steering committee that brought the partners together, that brought industry, volunteers, local nonprofits together. And it was realized not having to establish a service because of the collaboration that existed. I think that's the vision that we try to act on under your direction by creating the steering committee, bringing the partners together to create these collaborations. It doesn't happen overnight, but in the end, as Tariq says, the model of Cowichan and the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District could be realized here through that partnership if we are patient and give it time. Alternatively, I've always said, if you want to take it on yourself and you want to own it and do it as a regional district, then we need a service. Then we need the capacity to be able to do it ourselves, as opposed to working with a collaboration with our partners.
Thanks. And Charmaine, I don't know if you wanted to say something to that. Yeah, please.
Just because in the strategy, monitoring is one of the actions, but it is one of the actions. And monitoring needs to be embedded in a process where we can interpret, understand, and communicate. We have enough data, even without more monitoring, to know that we have actions that we need to start moving on, and that the strategy is to help empower people to start giving some tangibles on what local government can start to do, and monitoring is in there. So I completely agree with your CAO that this is a process, and of course we want more monitoring, but we don't want it independent of all of the other things that need to happen at this, to support that and to make it make sense.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you don't mind staying, because my next question kind of, if I may, lead up to that. You know, we've seen a very concerted effort of disinformation here in the community about the impacts of wood smoke, particularly in the Comox Valley. I know I asked you this at the break, but I think there is even some misunderstanding that burning clean wood does not make PM 2.5. Could you just, because I know you mentioned any combustibles make PM 2.5. Could you clarify?
So there's bad and there's worse.
Right.
So, and the goal, at least, excuse me, the food was so good. No, thanks. Just want to frame this. So I just want to be realistic. We cannot make PM 2.5 go away. That, like, let's just rest assured that we're going to live with PM 2.5. It's just the how much are we going to live with? How much are we willing to live with? Because we know that as much as we can bring it down, we're going to improve population health, and we're going to especially make a difference for members of our communities that are more at risk than others, because we don't all share the risk equally. But ultimately, we'll all benefit if we can lower PM 2.5. Thank you so much. And we know that this valley, especially in the winter, fall and winter with burning, increases PM 2.5. We have so much evidence. So, menopause is a kicker. Can you, what's the question?
It was the clean burn, like clean wood. Is burning clean wood mean you don't get PM 2.5?
No, of course you get PM 2.5. You can't, yeah, you're combusting, you're gonna get to PM 2.5. So wood burning or biomass burning. So, you know, if people think, well, that's okay, then I'll just go rake up my leaves and I'll burn everything that I've taken out. That's PM 2.5 in probably bigger particles, which is even worse. So, or smaller. So it's all a problem. It's all a problem. And it's so the goal is, what can we reduce and where do we put our efforts and how do we do that in a balanced way? How do we respond to our communities where we're actually improving health and promoting wellness? We don't. So that's, I kind of made reference to, you know, the polarization that happened in this process. And I find it all very distracting and very uncomfortable, because it's just a lot of noise and a lot of lobbying. And I'm sure it's even heightened now that elections are getting close, which just completely, from my perspective, attempts to undermine a very solid and good process that we all invested heavily in for something of quality. And so, yeah.
So you're highlighting the need maybe for education, and I know the report talked about that. And I don't mean just particularly for the election season, but moving forward, is Island Health able to do more education targeting here in the Comox Valley about PM 2.5 and burning and the health impacts particularly?
So I'd be happy to have this conversation offline as well, because I would be curious to know what that would look like. When I don't mean to minimize it, but I really think we've come a long way as a population in this valley for understanding the impacts of burning and wood smoke. At least from my perspective, over the last, I'd say 8 years, come a considerable way in terms of the understanding that this actually is a health impact. So, but I'd be very curious to know what you think that might look like. And also that we all own the education in some capacity, no matter who we are or what we do. So, yeah, but I'm happy to have that more conversation with that.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a few, if I may, just
go ahead.
About the constitution with smoke. And there's been a lot of debate on this, and it's not just Comox, it's far beyond. And that is, if we switch to cleaner burning appliances, what will be the effect? Will this like clean the air basically? And essentially it depends on three things. One is the device. I mean, yes, you can have cleaner burning appliances, but also depends on the burning practices, and also depends on the conditions. So the same appliances, the same burning practices in a tight valley with frequent, what we call poor venting days, is not the same as a place where it's always windy. And in my opinion, the only way to know the answer, which is unique to every place, is to have these low-cost monitors. That's why they come in. You have as much as you can of them, then you see like the effect of actions, and changes over time. Is it doing enough? So in a neighborhood, if you switch all the wood stoves to cleaner stoves, everybody's burning right. But if you have 20 of those stoves in a neighborhood, it might still be smoky. The only way to find out is through monitoring and over time to analyze the data from monitoring.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's certainly desirable from the board's perspective. I know that we do have a lot of data, but we have made changes within the municipalities already, legislative changes as to no new wood burning appliances in newer builds. So we don't know really the effects of that. We see from your report that we've gone from a red community to an orange community. Did those legislative changes have an effect? We don't really know, I think, because we don't have the data to support it or not. But it would be helpful to know, because we are asking, or the one side, the Hearth and Patio Association is asking for repealing of those bylaws. So if they have made a difference, it would be good to know that in order to answer those calls for repeal. Director Grieve, go ahead.
Thank you. You've heard me say at this table before, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And I was talking about the permanent metering quite a long time ago. We have that one centrally located monitoring station, probably in one of the worst polluting areas of Courtney. So, I like what Dr. Enza said, that, it's about harm reduction. It's about reducing, because it's not going to go away forever. You probably know the federal government classifies wood as a net zero source because it's renewable. People are going to be burning wood, especially in the rural areas where the power goes out frequently, and with all the new storm events and climate change, it's an absolute essential. But talking to the industry, which I did, because some of you know that I was misrepresented on their webpage as sending out these letters to people that I never did. So it put me in contact with people like Oliver's Chimney and Norris Heating, Comox Patio, Fireplace, Bennett Sheet Metal. So I talked to a lot of these proprietors, and they're not just into wood stoves; they also sell heat pumps and everything, and and barbecues and everything else as well. But they were saying that the industry itself, that their association, have been known to sponsor those meters. So if we want to work with our partners, there's a partner we can work with. And also, a lot of times the perception lacks behind the reality. The new wood stoves, as you know, since 2020 are even more efficient. Obviously, they still produce PM 2.5, but with all the checks and balances, other places in the world, they managed to reduce the harm. So I think we have to look at it like as part of the mix, because it really is. You're not shipping the stuff, you're not fracking in Alberta, shipping it halfway across the country. You're not bringing it in tankers. It's something you grow in your backyard. So it is part of the mix. And I do think that if we can get some support, I think where we went wrong is we fixated on harm elimination, which is not really feasible, practical. So we've got an opportunity to move into better stoves. Unfortunately, we decided to, rather than going after the guy with the 20-year-old Fisher stove that's pumping out soot all over the neighborhood, we just make a blanket ban. That's just a little too simplistic. I think what we have to do is look at the technologies that exist. We stopped swapping out wood stoves for better wood stoves and insisted on heat pumps. So we subsidize a lot of doctors and teachers and lawyers and people that can afford them. So we have to look at this differently. I think in talking to the industry, they do feel a little bit like they were shortchanged on this discussion. We have to bring them back in because they have the expertise. I've known Craig Oliver since the hippy dippy days when him and people like Whit Sproul were living up at the Forbidden Plateau in the old lodge. So, you know, they've got a lot of expertise. It was said, Jamie Payne said he could stand out in front of a house and look at the smoke coming out of the chimney and tell you that it's not vented properly, the chimneys is not functioning, or the stove is not functioning, or the other piece of it, that the actual material they're burning isn't below the threshold of the water content that needs to be. So those are all things you can fix, So, you know, I do think that we have to take a more holistic view of this. As I say, that the new stoves are very, very efficient, and they don't need to be your primary source of heat. Obviously, their wood is getting very expensive. In case you haven't had to buy any lately, you can pay, you know, $250, $300 a cord for wood. So if it's that kind of a situation, I think we need to work with the industry and make it better. Not perfect, but better. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moran.
Wow, if you want to really be able to focus on your own thoughts, don't follow Director Green, because now I got all these other things in my head. That was a lot that you put in there, which was great, but it's just got me thinking about all these other things. Well, first of all, the term blanket ban, there's never ever been anything. I want to correct that right now. There's never been a blanket ban or a proposal for a blanket ban. So let's clear that up. And I appreciate the diplomacy of Dr. Enns, but I'm curious whether, well, first of all, our CAO mentioned 10 years for Alberni Clackwood, but I'm wondering about Cowichan, how long they've been going, and you know, whether they get 300 emails a month, because frankly, you know, I'm wondering how that gets mitigated, because you know, I'm trying to weed through emails still, even though we've clarified this and clarified it, and I'm missing really, really important emails to do with city business. And I'm not exaggerating here, because we're weeding through questions upon questions that we've answered, you know, so many times. So I guess I'm wondering about that public education piece that maybe Cowichan has figured out an answer to. I don't know. And then just in terms of evaluation, we've dropped down to orange, but you know, it doesn't sound like we know what exactly that's been attributed to. And Director Grieve touched on this in terms of measurement, but you know, do we have anything from Cowichan that actually shows how that success was, you know, like solid data that's, you know, points to what Chair Kepler was talking about? We don't know where these successes come from exactly. So there's about 2 or 3 questions in there. Hopefully you can weed through them, but I do think we've been really barraged unfairly here. You know, I don't know how to remedy that, but we haven't had a blanket ban. We're not proposing a blanket ban. So yeah, if you can weed through those questions, that would be great. Thanks.
Sure, I'll try to answer the best of my ability. So I don't know all the exact details from my Cowichan experience, to be honest. First of all, I think the strategy was developed back in 2015, and the work was done years earlier. So I can't exactly when, but I'd say a 10-year process. So that's one. The other about the public education and direction. There are no the bylaws that are in the Cowichan Valley. They're not in. So in the Comox Valley, the bylaws that you have are not in the Cowichan Valley. So it's not the same experience. So that's where it differs.
Are you able to give some examples of what you attribute the success in Cowichan to?
Okay, so to be clear, the success in the reduction of PM 2.5 is not just in Cowichan, it's in Comox as well. And it's in the whole air zone, which includes Comox Valley and Cowichan. Now, to be honest, we haven't done exact analysis, but there are a number of factors we think might have contributed. One of them is the new open burning smoke control regulation, which made open burning more restrictive. We think that might have had an effect. There was COVID recently, which have slowed down some of the activities. That could be another factor. Another factor is the weather. Believe it or not, we've seen such variation in the weather systems over the past years. So 1 or 2 years, you have active weather systems in the winter. Like last year, for example, going from my memory, we were so close to issuing advisories both on Comox and Couchin, but then a weather system kicks in and then improves the air. So weather is a big element. But there's like open burning might be a factor, COVID might have been a factor. We don't have exact, but these are possible causes. But again, to stress, the levels in Comox are orange, they're just below acceptable limits, meaning we need further action to lower them even more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Harbour.
Thanks. I think this term we've initiated action on air quality. We're all concerned about the health of our residents. Residents are concerned about the health of our residents. I think it's a health issue. We don't need to politicize it too much. And there's actually unanimity on this room. I think we're all very much in favor of going down the road of purple air monitoring. So it puts the issue of quality data to rest. We're still hearing that we have enough data to understand that there's been a problem in the Comox Valley, but I think having purple air monitors will give us more refined data per neighborhood and the rest of that. So I think it's been a hard term on this issue because I think we initiated it, but it sounds so peaceful in the Cowichan Valley a few years later. And I expect that's where we'll be in 4 years, that we'll have the programs that we have now. I think the market is naturally going to move to heat pumps. I just went to a heat pump business that is exploding in Royston today, and I had a conversation with them. And I mean, people love the fact that you can cool your home in the summer, which you can't with a wood stove. I've tried that. You can heat it in the winter, so it's pretty fantastic. It comes from clean hydro, so the carbon footprint is inexistent in a warming climate change era, and the maintenance is virtually none in terms of for the homeowner to have to wreck their back moving wood or whatnot from the shed and keep it driving, doing that for 20 years with wood. So I can't wait to have a heat pump myself, I think it's just the natural way forward. So it's been such a painful issue in the Comox Valley, but perhaps it was just because we opened up that can, and sure enough, the industry that is feeling like they have something to lose has responded strongly. My message to them is go where the future is. Look at what your competitors, where they're moving around heat pumps and the rest of it. We'll still have wood stoves. It's just going to be a diminishing market. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Director Grieve.
I'll be brief, not like me. I think what you have to understand, though, is the technology is moving because they are responding to this market. And some of the new stoves are putting on 0.04 of a gram an hour of carbon. I mean, that's a long way from even EPA standards of 2010. So, it is moving in that way. I would think with the technology and the availability of new technology, you got to realize that this is a behavioral problem.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. As our presenters have said, with wood stoves, it's not just the technology of the wood stove, but it's the user that you have to rely on to be using it properly. And of course, the venting index, which none of those considerations exist with the heat pump. And so we don't have to rely on people's behavior with heat pump. So I think that is why it's part of the future for us. Charmaine?
Well, I just want to recognize as part of the steering committee and then participating in the roundtable, this was one of the most difficult community collaborations I've ever participated in my 19 years as a medical health officer. And I don't understand why it had to stay so difficult for so long. Obviously, people were defensive because they felt like they had a lot to lose instead of being able to be active participants and let's find collective solutions. So I would like to bring to to you as the leaders to be able to convene this process. My desire to keep that process going, because this is something that we have to stay engaged in. And I appreciate, being identified as somebody who loves harm reduction. I do love harm reduction, but we have a lot more significant harm reduction we need to do about air quality than what we have done. And with all due respect to being in the orange, we are like right up against red. It is just, we need trend over time, right? So we have a job to do as citizens and as leaders in this area. And I just hope we can keep our eye on the prize, and everything we do to reduce PM 2.5, our contribution of PM 2.5 will make a health difference. Because as the director appropriately said, this is a health issue and this is a population health issue.
Great, thanks so much. I think we are on the same page with that. Director Hamir, go ahead.
So sorry I know we're belaboring this, but I've heard around the table that we want PM 2.0, or we want the purple air monitors. I'm hearing from our Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Health that they would be really helpful. So I guess question is direction to staff, like how do we get them? Does this require a motion to keep a certain process going? Like how do we start this application?
Let us come back to you in December with a strategy. We will consult with the Ministry of Environment. That is going to be very generous in helping us find partners and such, so that we can do this now without establishing a service, so that we can do it as a partnership amongst other organizations, as Cowichan and the Alberta Clayoquot Regional District did. But we certainly hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't see any further lights. I will call the question on receipt. All in favor of receipt? Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you so much, Charmaine and Tarek. We really appreciate your expertise. Okay, so we're moving on to number 2, Function 550, Comox Valley Tourism Service Update and Bylaw. Arbor and Hamir, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Lisa Kilpatrick is here to present this report and answer any of your questions with respect to what is proposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the directors. So what you have in front of you is a brief update on the tourism service with some highlights. I won't go into repeating the whole report right now, but I will just add a couple of things into the tourism service update you heard from 4VI this evening. We do have a new Experience Comox Valley website that has just launched. And a couple of things that I just want to point out on that website. One is that in response to hearing from tourism stakeholders, they have included an events and festivals calendar. So, and that's something that that anybody can access. There is, and so we're putting a call out to anybody who wants to promote their event or festival. It's a very easy button, submit event on the website. So I really encourage folks to do that. The other piece of that website is critical exposure for businesses, and there is a business directory. And businesses can get a free profile on that website, and with pictures and support from the 4VI staff to create that profile. And if businesses are interested in being listed, they just have to click the Contact Us button and fill out that form. So 2 key pieces there. And then we also are presenting for recommendation this evening a bylaw for the fees and charges for the rental of the visitor center facility. And so the board directed us earlier this spring to look at how we can provide or make the spaces available for the community to use to maximize use of the facility. And so that's what we're doing tonight. We're bringing that forward for approval. So I'll just stop there.
Great, I see some lights. So Director Arbor, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Lisa, for the report. And I'm just looking at the Experience Comox Valley. It looks really good. And I have a question when you put the call out for people to submit events,
Mhm.
is the platform ready for like music night at the Royston pub at Roystown, or like, are you ready for like high volume of events, or you are looking for more higher kind of public events, or all of it?
So I'll speak on behalf of 4VI, and that is all of it. So what we are looking for is a place for locals as well as visitors to find things to do. So the events and festivals under the things to do button, and I'm here for the evening, what's going on.
That's fantastic. I see that there's the 3rd annual Cumberland Fungus Festival that's already submitted, so it's catching on fire here. It's great. And my other question is, I want to support. I had a constituent, as you're aware, that was wondering if they could rent the visitor center. So I think if we pass these motions today, we'll be en route to open the center back to people who want to make the use of the space.
Yes. So
that's
I
great.
think final approval will be at the December 5th.
Oh, okay,
meeting.
it's not for final approval
Jake,
today.
I think that's 3 readings tonight.
Okay, good to know. Thank you very much.
And Director Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've had some really challenging items this term. One that we just discussed. I would say this topic has been a real good news story. Excuse me for the analogy, but it really has been a phoenix rising, I think, from the rubble. And I'm just really thrilled and so happy with how staff has managed this and taken us from that kind of dark place with part of that service and resurrected it in this new, very sustainable new direction that I think will just be a great news story going forward. So thank you to everybody involved in making that happen. Happy to see Cumberland is back. Happy to see Comox. And I just think it's great news going forward. Thanks.
All right. No further questions? And it's a vote of the areas. And Courtney, sorry. All in favor of receipt? Oh, sorry, Director Grant, did you? Oh. Okay, that was carried. And Hillian and Armour move the recommendation to give first, second, and third reading to bylaw 734 visitor center fees and charges bylaw. Again, it's about the areas in Courtney. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And we are on to item 3. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Arbor. This is the social development activities scoping study.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors. And Jake Martins is here to present this report and has support from our consultant, Marcy, who we will introduce.
Thank you very much, Russell, through the chair. Very pleased to present this report to the board. And before we turn it over to Marcy, just to provide a summary of the report itself, I just thought I'd provide a brief background on how we kind of got to where we are tonight. Back at the end of last year, at the start of this year, the board will recall that you had received 3 distinct requests for financial support from different community organizations providing social services throughout the Comox Valley. As we don't currently have a regional function for that purpose, the board had drawn on the administration and general government function in order to provide those grants, but very rightly also directed staff to go forward with this study in which you could explore and consider the range of activities that the board may wish to undertake with respect to social development. So fast forward a few months and here we are tonight, and very pleased, as I mentioned, to have Marcy DeWitt with us, who has authored this report, and pleased to turn it over to her to provide a brief summary for your consideration.
Good evening and thank you. I do have some PowerPoint slides. I'm not sure if those are.
Yeah, we're just pulling them up now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So as Jake mentioned, thank you for having me here tonight. I am just going to give you a quick high-level summary and obviously answer any questions that you might have. Next slide, please. So wanted to give you an overview of how this report came to be, what documents and what areas were taken into consideration. So I did a complete review of the assessments and strategies that had been kind of formed in the last few years around social development activities. So those assessments and strategies that were created specific to the Comox Valley Regional District, looking for the opportunities and recommendations for the Comox Valley Regional District to support. Also interviews with stakeholders within the region who are conducting this work, primarily focusing in on those individuals that are operating within networks. As you know, it would be a very lengthy process if I was to have gone into in-depth stakeholder interviews, but we did get a lot of really great information from the kind of overarching networks within the region. As well, looking at a lot of the local government acts. So looking at the local government act and the community charter to ensure that activities presented were within the scope of local government activities. So next slide, please. The poverty reduction assessment and strategy was used as a basis for the recommendation themes, as this assessment really does encompass a lot of the information and I guess it's a high-level scope around social development activities in the Comox Valley Regional District and does include recommendations and activities around housing as well as childcare. Those identified in the housing needs assessment and childcare needs assessment. So that really focused in on collective impact and looking at these mutually supportive activities. So ensuring that our collaborations become more than, flow through arrangements for funding and or presentations to the local government for, one-off supports. So really trying to look at those opportunities to build more fulsome relationships and collaborative opportunities, which I was happy to hear a little bit about, I guess, a desire to look at more of earlier in this meeting. So next slide. Recognizing that social development activities have not always been kind of the traditional role of local government and our roles that local government are needing to take on more with the increasing pressures of housing, of poverty, of our health kind of crises that we are facing. I did want to make sure that this was presented in the lens of the local government roles. So we looked at these 12 local government roles, organized those into 4 areas, which really identify the areas of opportunity for local government, moving from building buy-in all the way over to resource provision, and mentioning opportunities of, I guess, more basic partnership all the way over to developing a service and or supporting a backbone organization. So you'll notice throughout the report that opportunities build in complexity and may require further needs assessment and viability scoping as we move further down that scale. But they are organized into smaller steps and bigger leaps to give you a sense of what kinds of opportunities can be taken individually and what kinds of opportunities are kind of a larger scope. So I will, I think, turn that over to questions. I don't want to get too far into it. I know you have a busy agenda this evening, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much, Marcy. I don't see any questions. One of the things that kept coming up, I guess, is, the word collaboration over and over again in the report. And, I think we know that, but it was also hard for me to really put my finger on what concrete things that we can do. And I think like we really would like to, like we have, hard infrastructure for other services. I think we would like to build the social infrastructure as well. And I wasn't clear on sort of what we could do to do that, to make sure that if we build relationships as elected officials with community groups, that's great. But then, of course, elections and we move on. What's left in place? What infrastructure is left in place to carry on? I think that we need staff, personally, is my opinion, at least. And we've been talking about having a social planner for a really long time, and I see that as someone who could carry on the goals and those partnerships, despite who is at the board here. So maybe you could comment a little bit on that.
Yeah, I think that the role of social planner did come up came up a couple times throughout the interviews as well as through the process. I think that it is referenced within some of the bigger leaps is looking at specialized roles, a housing planner, a social planner, and other consultants that can be brought in order to develop some of that more in-depth work. And I think that there is a little bit of a give and take. You definitely want to make sure that there is, I guess, a framework for relationships between the board and staff and the social development community, as well as, I guess, that opportunity to have one individual. But sometimes those opportunities do depend on the individual at times. So I think that there can be some great internal kind of frameworks and opportunities developed as well. So as simple as looking at some templates, having opportunities to have community groups participate and provide information for briefing notes. Very simple and doesn't necessarily require as much resourcing as a social planning role.
Okay, yeah, I feel like we do that, and we are going out to community groups for their input, but I'm just not sure how we can improve that from the report. But I will pass it over to Director Hamir.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the report too. Your report outlines, I think, the need to partner with what you called a backbone organization. And I wonder if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on what the qualities of that organization would be. And in your interviews, did you get a chance to see if there are potentially already organizations in the community, or are you envisioning that we need to create one?
I would say partnering with, sorry.
Nope,
I would say partnering with an organization that is already in the community. There is some opportunities already. Social Planning Council, the Health Network. These organizations are tackling some of the bigger issues and have membership from other networks throughout the communities. Really looking at those opportunities to partner with a network that already does have some stability and sustainability and credibility within that social development sphere would assist in strengthening those relationships with local government.
Okay, that's great to hear, because I really didn't want to hear that we have to create another organization, because quite frankly, it tends to be the same people in all of those social planning and health network anyways. And, to partner with them already, I really like the sounds of that. And I think This report does kind of remind me of like the part 2 application that was going to go to UBCM about collective impact and, requiring a backbone organization. I don't know if you want to comment on the similarity or, is your report more, to stand on its own or to encourage, I guess, towards what Chair Kettler just said. What are the future actions that you can see as after we receive this report?
Well, and I think I can turn a little bit of that over to Jake for process and what the recommendations are on the staff side. But I think most definitely looking for those opportunities to strengthen relationship with social development organizations is definitely one of those one of the opportunities that is, I guess, most prevalent. And working with them with the acknowledgement that you have shared goals in mind.
Okay, thank you.
Over to Jake.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I could just say that certainly I think when, as I mentioned at the top of this, originally when we had the financial request, there was a need for a regional granting, some sort of provision of a regional grant. We don't have that as a function. And so instead of us simply coming forward with a recommendation or a report that focuses in on that, this is a much more broader look at just what is the range of activities we could look at. And then allows you through our recommendation as part of the strategic planning process to then determine and tell staff where you want to go with this. If it is just narrowly focused on providing a grant, or is it more about deepening that collaboration through support of a backbone organization or otherwise? There's lots of different places we can go, but this just hopefully will provide us as a tool to narrow that focus and allow us to try and find a path forward.
Dr. Morin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to see this come up. Obviously, some of us are involved in the Social Planning Council, et cetera. This is the end of our term. We're not going to see this necessarily come to fruition unless we're back, hoping that whoever's back, carries forward with developing this further. I think perhaps Alana was at the workshop with Mariko Kabata. Yeah, I don't know how you felt about that, but I thought it was excellent. She's the social planner for Powell River. It's a partnership between the City of Powell River First Nation and the regional district, and her office is technically at the city, but the whole region joins together with the funding. And it seemed like a really good model to me. There's priorities that are all agreed upon. And I think over there, it's like housing and early years and a couple other things. And she really, that person in that role really serves to also help coordinate all the different nonprofits so they're not all doing stuff off their side of their desk. So just planting that seed, hoping we can carry forward the idea of that, really fleshing out that collaboration, and so that we don't have staff trying to do these things off the side of their desk, that we have a dedicated service or person to do that work. Thanks.
And Director Grieve.
Yes, well, I've been in favor of a social planner since the days of Star Winchester's task force. So it goes way back. We do a lot of talking about it. Rather than, dipping into other functions like we've been doing, it's just not sustainable. To counter that though, I think most of these initiatives rely on senior government funding. And that's half the battle, is how to write for the funding, isn't it? So, I would caution that you have to also be cognizant of the fact that only about 60% of the people who vote for us actually pay any taxes at all. So we can't put this on the backs of strictly property owners. And that's where the senior government has the advantage. They've got fuel tax, sales tax, booze tax, cigarette tax, all income tax, all kinds of methods of raising revenue that we do not have. But I do agree that, it's the most cost effective would be to have somebody coordinating the groups. We've been talking about this for 20 years. So, as I say, with the caveat that we can't look upon the local government to fund this stuff. We can certainly fund the director at the top, the person that's going to be, coordinating the groups, because that's what they've always really needed.
Okay, I don't see any further lights. And we're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. The recommendation is that the report, social development activities, be referred to our strategic planning process in 2023. Moved by Moore and seconded by Cole Hamilton. Any further discussion? Okay, so vote of the full board, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, number 4, community partnerships.
Number 4.
Explorations. Oh, okay, thanks. Exploration of policy and procedure. Move. Second. Moved by Hamir, seconded by McCullum. Thank you. I will pass it to staff.
Thank you very much. And Lisa Kilpatrick is here to introduce this report and answer your questions.
Thanks, Russell, through the chair to the directors. So what we have here is a report that's here for discussion. We're not making any recommendations at this point. And it links to the report that you've just heard, and that it will address how we work with social organizations, but also across the other types of organizations that we work with, whether that be environmental or economic or in recreation. So this report looks at how the CVRD is currently providing resources and working with local community groups within the existing policy, and explores a policy framework and that can define and deepen CVRD's support for partnerships in the future. This approach isn't intended to be restrictive, rather it's intended to be formative, pragmatic, and transparent. And it will balance the needs of community organizations and the service of CVRD, and seeks to create relationships and deepen our relationships so that we can strive to address areas of strategic alignment between CVRD and our community organizations. So as we move into the budget season, we're already getting asked how we can support organizations, and also organizations as exemplified from yesterday's EASC meeting. Organizations want to know how to work with CVRD. So a revised policy and a community partnership framework will provide the board with principles and guidelines to apply to strategic planning, to process requests against the allocation of CVRD resources, and to build proactive partnerships. So I'll stop there and answer any questions or explain any of our staff's thoughts on how to proceed further.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. We're talking about one of our 4 pillars really with this update on the policy, and we'll see what the next board decides to do. I think some of the lessons learned is, on my end, it was extremely worthwhile to include that lens around community partnerships in the rural area context, especially because as their only local government, the CVRD provides very direct services that often are delivered in close partnership with the nonprofit sector, sometimes even core services in the case of Hornby and Denman. So I think that we've excelled, in my opinion, in our relationship with that dozens, 50 plus, Doug probably knows, but how many nonprofits we work with in the rural areas. In terms of the broader region, I think is where it's been more difficult in our attempts to really align when we have to not only work with other nonprofits, but also with the municipal governments. So you end up with a triple headed thing in a way, where you have the CVRD and you have, say, the city of Courtenay and then you have your regional nonprofit organization. I think that's where this term we've experienced the most challenges. So community partnership going into next term, I would have some hard questions as you revise the policy around distinguishing between those two. One where we have a very direct and controlled relationship with nonprofits, and usually as the senior partner, the clear senior partner, and in the other realm where we're trying to balance a multi-stakeholder, local government and nonprofits processes. That adds complexity, more chance for miscommunication and misalignment. So I'm totally in favor. I think that if staff can do lots of work in the next couple of months thinking about those things, come back with proposed updated policy, it could bring a lot of comfort going into next term, maybe building on some of our successes and learning from our challenges going forward.
Great, thank you. Director Hamir.
Thanks. I think, we're a little bit tired around the table from having started quite a while ago. So maybe my brain function's not as great. So I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind working through the process with an example. And, this is not to say that this is, well, I would love to see this forward, but this is how my brain is thinking. We've just come back from UBCM, and one of the exciting projects that I saw happening in the Nelson area was a youth climate corps, where the community of Nelson, and you've having been from the Kootenays, I think you may know of this. They used their local government climate action plan dollars and put it into a pot, partnered with a local organization who managed youth to work on climate related activities in the community. So if we wanted to bring a project like that here, would you be able to describe from the framework that you have, is there anything that we need to be aware of as maybe directors or people that are associated with some of these local organizations that could potentially partner? What are some of the things that maybe might come up in that partnership? Do you have examples?
Wow, okay.
Sorry, I know.
No.
Or choose a different, another example is fine. One that's already exists is good too.
In terms of, so part of this exercise is taking a look at specifically how we are working right now, and creating a framework so that we can, as requests come in, we can be reactive, but by going through principles and guidelines to determine if and how CBRD wants to work together with an organization. But I think more importantly, a framework will allow us to identify the partnerships that we want to move forward with and work within. So I think that example from Nelson is a great one. Another one that I can think of specifically from that area as well, that I think the youth work was modeled after, was around the cultural ambassador group. And so that was the city having dollars that they wanted to assign, obviously different than a regional district, it wasn't a service. And so they worked together with the local arts and culture and heritage community to come together. And they agreed to bring a certain amount of dollars to the table. That group was able to use those seed monies to leverage up with other government funding. And in that way, there were multiple organizations who had certain mandate in this specific example, to have public art. And the local government also had a mandate to support local art in the community. And so together they were able to advance each other's mandate.
Okay. So it sounds more like alignment of strategic outcomes is maybe necessary before even a partnership is contemplated. So maybe a question, if I may, what I don't see here in the framework is the regional district asking for some dollars to cover overhead expense, like the administration expenses. And sometimes that's, local governments do that, but I didn't see that in this framework. Did you contemplate it, or yeah?
So I think in some of the next steps, one of the things that we can look at is how we are supporting those administrative needs from local organizations. And so we do have our existing community grants. Certainly one of the things that Jake mentioned before is that contemplation of a regional grant program. I think that something like a backbone organization, we could partner, we could put out an RFP to see if there are organizations in the community that would be interested in that piece of work. So I think there's different strategies that we can use to support, and really it's about building capacity in our organizations. And so right now we often are the capacity, and certainly the strength and capacity in other organizations. So I think there's different ways that we can really be strategic about CVRD's resources to support that capacity need.
Okay, thank you.
I think one of the things that this report really highlighted is sort of the change that's happened in that the expectation around that the regional district to act as a bank, as opposed to all these other things that are listed in there around administration and management and all of the others. I think that it's been in this community really difficult to get buy-in for all those other things. When we were starting up the Coalition to End Homelessness and asking for that tax for the homelessness support service, everybody, even the nonprofits, were saying, we don't want this to be used for administration. We want this to be bricks and mortar. But of course, then there always needs to be administration, and that need and for management and helping with these grants has only grown. And I think the expectation on the community side is that we do so much more. The expectation on the province's side is also that we do so much more. They're requiring that local government be part of these grants, and that we meet these criteria and make sure that all of these things are being done, and not necessarily the nonprofit, that it's local government's responsibility. So it has been downloaded. We are doing it. We just need to put the structures in place to be able to meet that demand.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what this report will probably end up telling us when it comes back. Okay, so I don't see any more lights. It's a vote of the full board. All in favor, proceed. Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, the Regional Growth Strategy Performance Monitoring Dashboard, moved by Director Arbour. Seconded by Cole Hamilton. Thank you. We'll go to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair and Directors, and Dylan Thiessen is here. Dylan is now part of our Regional Growth Strategy team, taking a position as the Planning Policy Analyst, working for Robin, who's overseeing our RGS and long-term planning. So Dylan is going to introduce our dashboard for you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much for that introduction, Russell. And thank you very much, board members, for your time this evening and staying so late. Through the CAO and the chair to the board, I'm going to go over a quick slideshow before doing a very quick kind of walk through of the actual website of our performance monitoring dashboard for the RGS. Quickly, what is it? Why we did this, why the work was undertaken, and how we chose to approach this work. So starting with what it is, really it's an online website with interactive dashboards that bring to life the goals and the objectives of the regional growth strategy in a way that a static document cannot. On the back end, it's also an easy to update depository of data that helps staff track progress towards RGS goals as newer data becomes available. And it's a tool that can be used by staff, either regional district or municipal, elected officials, and members of the public. In terms of why we approached this issue, it's really originally a response to direction from the board to integrate our regional growth principles and sustainability principles, and to develop a scorecard to track the goals outlined in the sustainability strategy, which largely align with the RGS goals. It will also help staff with several tasks, including the annual reporting that we have to do on the RGS per the Local Government Act, scoping and performing larger RGS updates or reviews, and ensuring that the most reliable data is being used consistently. Particularly relating to these last 2 points, going through the RGS in such detail allowed staff to identify gaps in areas where the objectives could be better outlined, or different metrics or data sources could be used to track them. Staff will take all of this into account when reviewing or updating the RGS. Lastly, it was also done to increase the accessibility and transparency of RGS data and to progress and our progress towards its objectives, and to act as an educational tool for users to get to know the RGS better. Staff chose to use a cloud-based hub and dashboard platform through ArcGIS Online, which is an Esri software product. This saved costs by utilizing a product to which the CVRD already uses, so there were no additional fees or licensing required. And there's also significant interfunctionality between this platform and software that other CVRD departments utilize, such as SCADA and CityWorks, allowing further potential for integration with other CVRD departments and interests. Lastly, the platform is also easily updatable, as I mentioned, as new data becomes available or as goals or objectives change through updates and reviews. In line with this, and to ensure that staff are consistently using the most reliable data, a CAO policy has been developed to manage and ensure the integrity of the use of the website as well as the data sources. In terms of next steps, the first step that staff would like to take is sharing the website through the CVRD corporate website with the public and updating dashboards as more data becomes available. Census Canada will be releasing relevant data on 3 dates between now and November. I believe tomorrow is the next date for the release of some new data from the 2021 census. And as referenced earlier, it will be used as a tool while staff are scoping the potential update to the RGS. The RGS Technical Advisory Committee, or TAC, was convened earlier this month to discuss the process for scoping of the RGS update. And this fall, CVRD staff will facilitate a series of 3 meetings with municipal staff to scope options and breadth of potential review. Staff will bring forward a staff report outlining options for board's consideration, whether to initiate a review or not in March of 2023. So this is the website. Oh, sorry, you're not seeing that yet. Let me reshare this. There we go. So we use the RGS branded Thoughtful Living along the front, and users can either use the links along the top of the web page or scroll down to these bottom links as well. These links are the 8 regional growth strategy goal areas. We've also got our little intro to the RGS YouTube video linked here, as well as a brief paragraph explaining the relevance and importance. So I'm just going to run through very quickly 2 dashboards, just outline the functionality of the website, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have after. So the way the RGS is organized is there are these 8 goal areas. This one pertains to housing, and each goal will have several objectives. Most objectives, though not every objective, will have a metric associated with it that tells staff how to monitor our progress towards that objective. And we use these icons along the top to indicate very quickly whether we're on track to meet our objectives, whether we might not be on track, whether we're waiting for data, observing, or if there are no metrics associated. The last part here, additional data, is information data that staff found through this collection process and research that does speak to the RGS objectives, but is not specifically referenced in the RGS as a metric. So staff aren't told to use these metrics, but we found them useful and informative nonetheless, and wanted to try to provide as large a picture as we can. Going into the first objective, we'll take a look at objective 1A, which is locating housing near existing services. Each dashboard will take fundamentally the same kind of template approach to displaying data, although the way that it's displayed or visualized can differ depending on the type of data. But we have a brief outline as to why it's important to the region, overview what the target goals are, and try to relate it back to any member of the public who may be looking at this and trying to demonstrate the relevance and importance of it. We have maps associated with this. In this case, the map really just outlines where the core settlement areas are within the CVRD. We have a chart here, which is not the most informative or interactive, but will be as more data becomes available. And we can see that we are well beyond our 90% goal for 2015 in terms of locating housing near existing services. If we move over to economic development and we take a look at objective 3B, this is increasing the regional job base by looking at the employment rate of the CVRD. This one's a little bit more interactive, as you'll see in a second, as you can actually look by census subdivision. I will quickly reference too that ArcGIS Online automatically scales this to the screen size that you're using, which is why I've had to adjust this a little bit. Most monitors and screens will be able to display it quite nicely from the beginning, but it's very, the user can change it quite a bit just through their own use of it. So if we look at, again, why it's important to the region, target goals, and what it means for you, we get a very quick and simple overview of why it's important and how it relates to the average person. And then we can take a further breakdown look, approach by approach, looking at the employment rate for individual census subdivision areas. I'm sure staff is happy to share the link with the directors, so you can take a look at this on your own time if you'd like to in more detail, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thanks so much. This is actually really exciting, even though my voice isn't showing it. I'm really happy to see this, and I can see that, you know, so much work has gone into it, and it's going to be such a useful tool for us. I think, you know, internally, but also externally. As we are just talking about, all our non-profit partners and stuff will have access to the same data. We can all be on the same page, and I think that's really wonderful. Oh. Director Grieve, go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly. Are these the new Stats Canada stats? So we're finding the same. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that.
Don't worry about it. All good.
Stats Canada, yeah. So it was saying in the report that they will be releasing more and more of the census data over time that we'll be adding. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm just pulling that up here quickly. But yes, on September 21st, they'll be releasing relevant to the RGS, the portrait of housing in Canada, as well as information on First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. I'm not sure how that might relate to the RGS, but the housing one certainly will.
Through the chair, sorry, just to answer that, this fall staff will be essentially providing updates based on the census that's being released, and this will be a part of the ongoing maintenance that's required for the site. So we'll be doing that this fall.
Great, thanks so much. Director Arbour.
Well, Dr. Grieve's intervention triggered me. As I always say, you can't manage what you don't measure. And so this tool is going to do precisely that. And not only for the RGS 10 years in, but I think I can expect that for our OCPs and respective OCPs, this tool is going to grow over the years. Hopefully the technology doesn't run away on us as we enter a meta world where people are, you know, what Mark Zuckerberg is trying to do. So hopefully we won't get to there too soon. But yeah, I think it's fantastic to have this at the end of the term.
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. We're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Recommendations moved by Hillian, seconded by Hinier. And it's that the CVRD authorized staff to publish the RGS performance monitoring dashboard on the CVRD website. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Again, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. on to item 6, funding request from the Vancouver Island Coastal Communities Climate Leadership Team.
Yeah.
Moved by Grieve. Oh, moved by Daniel, seconded by Grieve. And I'll pass it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this report, it's a brief staff report that responds to some correspondence received from Mayor Helps and Mayor Staples from Down Island and also through Director Cole Hamilton providing that to us. So the report lays out a couple of options and some context around the funding request. Alan Mullally helped prepare this report, and so I think it's available for any questions unless you had any opening remarks.
Okay. Are there any questions on the funding request? Director Cole Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I had a few notes written. I'm just going to make it really quick because it's so late. This has been underway for a couple of years. It began at ABICC in 2019. I think probably many of the people in this room were there. And it came from the idea, which we've seen borne out a couple of times already in this meeting, from the ICF to 4BI, that thinking as an island is useful, and that planning for climate change with that lens and context would be of assistance. So far, the work's been done on a shoestring with in-kind support from UVic professors, Climate Caucus committee members, and grants from the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions and the Real Estate Foundation of BC. And to get things over the finish line, to produce the final report, which will be presented to ABICC in April, the committee is asking for a prorated by population contribution from the regional districts. Every regional district in the ABICC region is contributing, and the share for ours would be $13,000. And I think for the work that's being produced, if you've had a chance to take a look at the attachments, this is I think it's a useful investment, and I hope the board will support that. I believe that the staff report suggests that it can come from RGS service funds, and so I guess is a resolution. Should I be making a resolution at this point?
Well, we're on receipt, and you can make it after.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Getting carried away. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the director did just mention this sort of one caveat was that they had suggested that the funding come from the BC climate funding that we received. But if it did, that would mean that only the areas would be paying into it. And I think the intent was that we all pay as a region. And that is why that staff have suggested that the funding could come out of the RGS. Any further discussion? We're on receipt. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Director Cole Hamilton.
So I'll move that the requested amount of $13,000 be forwarded to the BICC group coming from the RGS fund.
Moved by Cole Hamilton, seconded by Arbor. Any further discussion? Okay, so full board, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We're on to item 7, Annual Transit Improvement Program.
I think I'm pleased to introduce Mike Zabarski to introduce this staff report. Mike, no pressure.
Okay, I have a small presentation. It's only 38 slides. It's 4 slides. So you've all seen this before. We have a request that comes to us from BC Transit every year to confirm our intent with respect to transit expansions. So we've received that recently, and they're recommending some expansions in the conventional and paratransit system based on our Transit Future Action Plan that was recently approved by the board. We only really need to confirm the first year. That's the kind of binding confirmation that is required. You'll see the request in the staff report as the appendix. It does include some infrastructure. All of the infrastructure in there is for information only. but it is also all of the infrastructure that was previously in the transit infrastructure study and the transit facility study. Next slide, please. There we go. So these are the recommended service improvements that are coming from BC Transit. So the top table is a conventional, the 3 years. So we have the first one is 3,000 hours. That's initially to address the sewer conveyance project, which is happening next year for about 1.5 years. And that will essentially maintain service levels. It won't really be an expansion. It'll just kind of address the detours and traffic delays that transit will be part of, and kind of maintain the number of buses per hour that transit users are used to right now. And then once that sewer conveyance project is complete, we would roll those hours into some of the initial smaller transit improvements that are identified in the Transit Future Action Plan. We'd bring that back to the board next year for consideration on kind of what to do after the sewer project. The 2024 expansion would be more frequency on the high frequency route number 1. So just kind of keep the pressure or keep the frequency up on that main route that we have that goes through the majority of the community. And then 2025, we would start to do some of those service changes in the West Courtenay area. So these were things like Route 7, 8, the new Route 9, and addressing route number 5. So farmers market, food bank, some of the new development areas in West Courtenay, some of the weird routing that exists there. So really fixing the routing there and kind of adding service. On the paratransit side, 2023, 500 hours would go to extending County Dart into the evening a little bit. We end at 4:30 right now, so we would take it later into the evening. 2024 would be a redesign of some of the community bus on request services that are existing right now. They're a traditional on demand, so not a digital on demand, but we would look to possibly make them into a digital on demand or do something else with them. They're not really working right now. And then in 2025, it would be to add stat holiday service to the paratransit system. The costs shown on the far side of those tables are the net costs. So those are CVRD's costs after receiving the revenue. So we get 100% of revenue, and that goes to offset our costs. So those would be kind of the actual impact to us. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we need to confirm our year 1 expansions. So those are initially the sewer conveyance maintaining service, and then moving into some of the initial improvements out of the Transit Future Action Plan, and then also the Handy Dart evening service. These would then, if we give our support to these would then get included in the financial plan, and any future expansions we could consider next year. Also, just to note that some other work is ongoing. It's not just the service improvements that we're working with with BC Transit. We're also looking at a number of service investigation projects that are kicking off over the next couple of years, including the Hornby-Denman piece, looking at interregional transit connections up and down the island, and also looking at digital on demand. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Director Swift, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. When you say you're expanding Handy Dart into the evening, what time would you see that ending?
Yeah, we haven't really done a detailed kind of service plan with that yet, but I would expect 6:30, 7 o'clock is kind of where we would end up.
Director Hillian.
Thanks, Chair. Director Swift's son is managing a new development where my mother-in-law lives, along with 85 seniors in independent living, Oceanfront Village. They're wondering if the bus can stop there.
Is that the one at the bottom of the parkway? Well, currently the conventional transit does go there, and then anybody that's living there that's a Handy Dart client would get Handy Dart access.
Conventional transit goes there?
The nearest stop's probably a little bit of a walk. It's down closer to Walmart.
Yeah, that's the problem. Those 85 seniors in independent living, most of them can walk, but it's a bit awkward to get across. It just makes sense, that if I don't know how complicated it is to arrange, but my mother-in-law made me mention it.
We can definitely talk to
Director Hamir.
Sorry, I noticed on one of the slides, so the transit upgrades for West Courtney, including potentially the bus that goes to the food bank and farmers market, that's not slated till 2025? Is that
That's
what I
correct.
saw? Okay, thanks.
If the board likes what they see with that table, there's an opportunity to flip the order around if the board wants a different set of priorities put forward.
Yeah, I mean, I would really like to see that moved up because we've seen an ask for that for so many years. I mean, prior to us even being on the board, the market has been asking for this, as has the food bank. And so I think, moving that up forward, at least if not to 2023, but to 2024 would be much needed. I mean, I'm hearing all kinds of stories of families trying to get to the farmers market, and in the summertime, like getting heat stroke because they have to walk so far with their kids and their buggies and not even making it on time. So, I think that's a really big priority, and trying to get that in place sooner than later would be great.
If the board was interested in shuffling the priorities, I wouldn't recommend moving that one up to 2023 with the sewer conveyance project. The impacts on the transit system, it's going to be a bad time to make too many changes. I would suggest it would be something maybe to swap with the 2024 priority.
Yeah, I mean, considering we do have, service on that and Phil Comox already, adding service that already exists, seems to be, it would be nice, but I think providing a service that doesn't exist is even better. So I would love to propose that we do move that, those 5,000 hours up to 2024.
Can I just ask, Mike, when does the TIP typically come back to the board for the next round for decisions on the 2024 budget? Would it be this time next year or a bit earlier?
What is typical anymore? Usually they came in June. This one we didn't get till summer. So, late spring, summer is kind of when we would expect this to come back next year. And so we could at this point give BC Transit kind of a feedback that we would like to reorder those two, the 2024 and 2025, and then we could confirm that next year when the TIP comes back.
And perhaps in that we could also look at some analysis to understand the impacts of that reordering, because there's other effects of changing the priorities. So we could maybe look at some analysis on that.
So, I mean, it sounds like that doesn't require a resolution, or that staff will take that back, or would you prefer a motion?
I think if the board wants to see that priority swap, then it'd be nice to know that now, and then we can kind of officially give BC Transit that feedback.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be a resolution. We can bring back the analysis next year, and then the board can decide at that point if they want to swap it too.
So the digital on demand, wouldn't it sort of answer, that question around getting transit to farmers market and food bank area, and also answer some questions around Handy Dart service. We've been asking for it for a long time, and it's still pretty distant future. I think it would solve a lot of the problems that we're talking about, and I'm kind of worried that there was some language in there about committing to leasing these big buses. If we do want to make that switch to the on-demand transit, would it be a different bus, and would we be signing ourselves on to other buses that are only going to serve those main high density routes?
It would definitely be a different bus, but I think at this point there's really no way we're going to get digital on demand in the next couple of years. Their BC Transit process is kind of a slow moving beast. They need to do their service investigation first, and that would identify which routes, what areas, what types of services within the Comox Valley system would be best suited for digital on demand. So it's kind of a bit hard to commit to digital on demand without knowing a little bit more from them first. So I think if we're looking to commit to next year, it's definitely safe. We're not gonna pick the wrong kind of buses. And then we'll see where BC Transit's at this time next year with that service investigation on digital on demand, and maybe it's something to consider next year.
Yeah, and I think that's really unfortunate that BC Transit is dragging their feet. We see in other provinces that digital on demand is very effective, especially for small municipalities in rural areas, and certainly increases ridership. And I think, in BC, municipalities have gone and bought their own buses and done their own thing with digital on demand because BC Hydro is dragging it, or BC Transit, it's late, have been dragging their feet. But yeah, I mean, we have had that discussion here at our board as well, doing a similar model to Powell River with their Zunga bus. Again, though, if we're tying our hands with commitment to bigger buses, then we wouldn't be able to even explore our own route with on demand. Director Arbor.
Thanks. One opportunity, I think, to pilot digital on demand is actually on Denman Island, where we have full control of the buses, and we could actually try something. They're running 2 buses right now, so if we wanted to experiment there, that would be a good point to start. Then decide. There's a lobby going on for the province to not just match the 50% to BC Transit, but to try to support those efforts by community outside of BC Transit. If BC Transit is not fast enough. So I think that would be a great place to look. My second point, unrelated to this, I think we should pass this, but I was thinking in relation to the last item that we saw, just to plant the seed with staff around the electric charging facility. I had a light bulb go off in the past week where I'm like, I think we should talk to SD71 around partnering on the charging facility. So I'm not going to make any motions about that tonight, but I think sharing costs and grant application and all that could make a lot of sense, as I'm sure they're going to look at the same topic soon. But I would pass this as is with support for Dr. Amir's 2024 consideration.
Okay, any further discussion? So you said we didn't need to make that change that Director Hamir had proposed because it will come back to the board.
Yeah, we can provide some analysis for next year's decision.
Okay. All right, so we're on receipt. All in favor of receipt? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Moved by Hillian, seconded in chorus by Moran and Arbor. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 2, about the 5,000-hour custom paratransit expansion. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Moran and Arbor. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Good night. On to item 8, grant status report. Grieve and Hamir, thank you. Over to Sal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This staff report is presented for information only, and staff are available to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions on the grant status report? Going once? Going twice? Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. On to item 9, financial plan budget amendment for UBCM Community Energy Preparedness Fund for Emergency Operations Center and Emergency Support Services. Moved by Grieve. Seconded by Arbor and Moran again. And I'll pass it to staff.
Thanks. And Kevin Duville is here to present the staff report. Kevin.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to the directors, good evening. So yes, in front of you is a brief report requesting a budget amendment to the 2022-2026 financial plan.
This is to help support a recently received grant, well, two components of a recently received grant from UBCM and its Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. One of the components is to help support Emergency Operations Center preparedness, and the second portion of that grant is to support our Emergency Support Services programming. And so the details are certainly outlined in the report, and certainly happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? Don't see any. It's a vote of the areas. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Recommendation 1 moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. That's around our emergency program service and an amendment to the Community Preparedness Fund grant. Any further discussion? Again, in both the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous.
Second.
Recommendation 2 moved by Arbor, seconded by Grieve. Again, to do with the emergency preparedness program service function 270. And the budget year change in the amount of $24,700 to assist with hosting with humility, reimagining Comox Valley. Any further discussion? Both the areas, all in favor? It's unanimous, thank you. On to item 10, just Black Creek. Oh no, we did that one. Skip. So we are on 11-2. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Hamir. And this is around the grant exemption bylaw 600, floodplain management bylaw. Any further discussion? So for the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous. We're on to recommendation 3. Moved by Director Arbor, seconded by Director Hillian in regard to Mount Washington mixed-use development permit for Sky Island Holdings. Any further discussion? Of the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous. Recommendation 4 moved by Arbor, seconded by Moran. It's around development permit for Allen. Any further discussion? Both the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous. We're on to recommendation 5 moved by Arbor, seconded by Grieve. Again, around a grant around the exemption from the floodplain management bylaw for Mathers. Any further discussion? And so the areas, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Recommendation 6 moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. Development permit for Harding. All in favor? That's unanimous. On to recommendation 7. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Grieve. Around the ALC and non-adhering residential use for Mitchnod and Armstrong on Farnham Road. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's unanimous. On to recommendation 8, moved by Arbor, seconded by Grieve. And this is first and second reading for bylaw 733, Rural Comox Valley zoning bylaw. Both the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous. Moved recommendation 9, Arbor and Hillian. And it's a letter to be sent to Ministry of Transport. And it's a vote of the full board.
Good.
All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 10. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Moran. And this is approved building service project and streamlining application workflow, improving communications with the public and conducting outreach with local building industry. Any further discussion? Vote of the areas, all in favor? That's unanimous. We're on to recommendation 11, moved by Hillian, seconded by Arbor. And that's the affordable housing support and development opportunities, Denman and Hornby. It's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 12, moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. It's the UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund application for Oyster River Fire Rescue. It's a vote of the areas. All in favor? Any opposed?
Move 13.
It's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 13, moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. For the allocation of 15,000 to BC Safe Restart Grant Funds for Puntledge North Community Facility Support Services. It's a vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're on to recommendation 14, moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. And it's around the electoral areas, arts and culture grant service, and the Alberni Project Society, and the Comox Valley Writer Society. A vote of the areas. Oh, go ahead, Director Grieve.
Just a question on the Alberni Museum. Does Courtney fund that as well? I don't know if you guys have a grant name, maybe it's not. You know where it is, right?
We fund them and they go.
Sometimes funded through community foundation is what I heard. Okay. Again, a vote of the areas. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 15, moved by Director Arbor. Yet to be seconded. Seconded by Hamir. Thank you. And that's the Rural Community Grant of 1,500 to Macaulay Road Area Neighborhood Association. It doesn't have a, oh yeah, okay. It's a vote of the full board. Vote of the full board. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 16, moved by Grieve, seconded by Arbor. Rural community grants for the Scouts Canada Camp. Vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. On to recommendation 17. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Hillian. And it is rural community grants for Guardians of Mid-Island Estuary Society.
And at the risk of doing math at the very end of a late day, I don't think that adds up to $10,000. Doesn't have to. So it wouldn't be in the amount of $10,000. It would be in the amount of 8,666. We'll correct that for the minutes.
Okay. Thanks to our deputy CIO. We'll correct that to 866. Okay.
I'm not in favor of coddling loose ends.
Okay. Yeah, we'll just, staff will make that correction, and it's a vote of full board. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. We're up to recommendation 18. Moved by Arbor, seconded by Hillian, and this has to do with the water, Union Bay Water Local Service Area Master Plan. Director Arbor.
Yeah, really. This is actually a really important piece of work we completed, and following in the conversion of the improvement district, and it's taken most of the year. So I really do want to thank engineering staff and everybody who contributed. This is going to provide a long-term strategy for the water system for the next 50 years and includes development consideration, water capacity. So momentous piece of work for Union Bay. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. That's the vote of the full board. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. We're on to bylaws and resolutions. First, second, and third reading. The first one is bylaw 734, visitor center fees and charges bylaw, moved by Arbor, seconded by Hillian for first and second reading. It's a vote of the areas and Courtney. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Moving third, Arbor and Hillian. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. On to adoption. So for adoption, we have the Regional Parks and Trail Service Establishment bylaw.
Finish strong.
Yay. All right.
3/4%.
All right, all in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And yes, we are going to go in camera, but I do want to say some closing remarks as this is our last meeting of the term, that it has been quite a term, and much like this meeting, there's been some challenges. I do want to commend board and staff though, because we did have a major global event that was COVID happen, and had to open regional emergency operations centers and try and filter all this information coming from upper levels of government down through and make it work for our communities. And the board members played a big role in that too, because you guys had your ears to the ground and were filtering information back up to the Regional Emergency Operations Center and making everything flow. And so I did want to say how thankful I am for all of that. We did this all while not only maintaining core services, but completing one of the biggest infrastructure projects that the region has ever seen, and that is the Comox Valley Water Treatment Center. And we did it on time and on budget, and so that's a little miracle in itself. We did, rethink Comox Valley, which was the board asking staff to go over all our services as part of recovery from COVID and find efficiencies, and they did. And they actually had a negative tax requisition, which is another little miracle in itself. And we upheld our commitment to reconciliation, in particular with the Comox First Nation. Their council has said that, the relationship with CVRD has never been better. And we've put into place a lot of the things that we need to carry on that relationship, even if we're not here, like the framework and the employee handbook and many other practices like our monthly meetings. So I'm very, very proud of that as well. We reconfigured our tourism service. That was a long time coming. And as we saw tonight, I think it's something that really aligns with the values of our communities. And so that's another thing to be proud of and excited about for the future. And what we just finished with, which is our regional park service. That is a huge accomplishment, something that was stalled out for like 15 years. And we managed to put it forward and come to an agreement about having regional parks and paying into the service and, putting forward greenways and helping meet our greenhouse gas goals and having preservation within our communities of really awesome and ecologically sensitive areas. So that's another thing that board and staff can be very proud of. And I just want to say that I really have come to look at this board like a family. It might sound cheesy, but it's true. And not even a dysfunctional family, because we're totally functional. We've got all these things under our belt, and we've proved that we are very functional and collaborative, and it's been really great. And I know you're all wanting to return and up for election, and I hope that I do see you all back here in the new year.
Here, here. I win.
And now we go in camera.
We're not.